distinguished members of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Maria Victoria Umali from the Teachers Party List, the earliest bird in the group, Congressman Christopher Denesia for District of Pangasinan, Congressman Sagani Amado, Congresswoman Rosana Ria Vergara, Congresswoman Christine Alexi Tutor. Morning as well to our President from PIDS, the Deputy Secretary General for CPBRD, our expert presenter, which will be properly introduced, and our expert panel of reactors, the attendees from different offices, from agencies of government, from the NFA, Mr. Gatchalian, Mr. Ofresio, and Ms. Nueva from NFA, from Masagalang Sakahan, Mr. Agustin, and from the CEPO, counterpart of the CPBRD in the Senate. Overcoming a rare internal dissension, the Rice Tariffication Law passed with twin purposes: to reduce the prices of rice for Filipino consumers, at the same time increasing the income of our lowly paid farmers. But what happened is exactly the opposite. After a public apology, the Chief Executive heeded the popular call for suspension of the rice importation. We cannot second guess the next presidential action, but we are certain here is we need more information. We need more information to better understand this evolving situation. And to deliver on this objective, two think tanks from the Philippine Institute of Development Studies and the Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department of the House of Representatives literally put their heads together. Salamat po sa PIDS sa inyong support sa knowledge sharing forum na ito. This morning, we will hear the results of the initial evaluation of one of the most sought after researchers and expert on the subject of agriculture. He will be followed by a commentary from a panel of reactors from very important stakeholder groups, one from government and the other from the non-government organization, to deliver their insights on the presentation that will be given this morning. For orderly clarification in the question and answer forum that will proceed after the presentation and the reaction part, there will be a facilitator which will be going around to ask you if you will be asking questions. So we'll be preparing a registry for the chronology of the question and answers that will follow that part. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on live streaming. In case you have not seen yourself in the internet, this is the time. So we are on live stream, courtesy of PIDS. So we are live on the web as we speak right now. Facebook page of PIDS. Kindly tune in to the Facebook page of PIDS. So, without further ado, let me introduce you to the person that will welcome you in this knowledge sharing forum on the assessment of the Rice Tariffication Law and the Free Irrigation Service Act. She is the first female president of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. She specializes in the field of econometrics and has conducted and published numerous research and policy papers on poverty assessments and evaluations of social protection programs. She is also the network leader of the community-based monitoring system, which was discussed just recently in the NEDA-sponsored forum at the Crown Plaza Hotel, for which our Deputy Secretary General is also one of the guests, providing free technical assistance to local government units in the country in the implementation of the CBMS. The CBMS is a local poverty monitoring tool she developed under the Micro Impacts of Macroeconomic Adjustment Policies project. As an expert in poverty research, our guest has been engaged as a project leader and resource person in various consultancy projects of international organizations. She also served as president of the Philippine Economic Society in 2011 and has been an advisor to various national government technical working groups on the area of poverty monitoring and indicator systems in the Philippines since early 1990s. She is currently the chairperson of the Interagency Committee on Poverty Statistics, convened by the Philippine Statistics Authority, as well as the editor-in-chief of the Philippine Journal of Development, PIDS Multidisciplinary Social Science Journal, that publishes policy-oriented studies and researches on developmental issues in the Asia-Pacific region. Let us welcome, with a round of applause, the first female president of the Philippine Institute for Development Study, Dr. Celia Reyes.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Honorable Maria Victoria Mali, sabi nga yung ating pinaka-maagang dumating. And of course, Honorable Christopher Domination, Honorable Sagani Amato, Honorable Rosana Vergara, and also Honorable Allen at of course, yung ating Congresswoman, Honorable Christine Alexi Tupol from Bohol. So maraming salamat po sa pagpunta nyo rito and we really appreciate your presence kasi ibig sabihin ay very relevant yung ating napiling topic for today. And of course, I'd also like to acknowledge, of course, Yusek Ariel Kayanan from Department of Agriculture, and of course our host, our partner, Dr. I just call him June Miral, not used to calling him Dr. Romulo Miral, so because he has been a long time partner of PIDS. So and of course all our friends and colleagues, familiar faces, because this is actually a regular undertaking or partnership between PIDS and CPBRD, and something that we would like to continue for a long time. So for this morning, we would want to welcome you to the Knowledge Sharing Forum on Rice Tariffication Law and Free Irrigation Service Act, organized by CPBRD and PIDS, two very important laws that have recently been passed. And the rice tariffication law continues to be a burning issue since its approval by President Rodrigo Duterte earlier this year. It has become a controversial topic with experts and various stakeholders giving their own views about it. So today's forum is a good opportunity for all of us to reflect on the issues surrounding the rice tariffication law with research evidence as our guide. So fortunately, PIDS, through our expert, Dr. Briones, has actually conducted a study on this. And another topic that needs our attention is the Free Irrigation Service Act, which was signed by the President last year. The FISA second study will provide an initial assessment of the effects of the Free Irrigation Service Act to poor farmers and tackle the operational issues of the law. He will also provide policy recommendations to address these issues. And of course, for a more holistic and discussion, it is also important to hear the perspective of our stakeholders. So, joining us this morning are experts from the Department of Agriculture, Undersecretary Ariel Cayanan, and of course also somebody from non-government. So we have the National Coordinator of Pakisama Farmers Organization, who will be sharing his views with us. So through this forum, we're hoping that we can shed more light on the topics and assist you in coming up with more informed decisions. We hope that by the end of today's forum, we will have a clearer grasp not only of the issues at hand, but more importantly, of how we can work together to make our policies both relevant and inclusive. Lastly, let me take this opportunity to thank CPBRD, headed by Director General Miral, and his team, particularly Director Dominador Gamboa and Mr. Prince Mamfot, for partnering with us again. This forum is part of our regular seminar series here at Congress, and we look forward to doing more forums with you. And of course, from our end, I'd like to thank our Director for Research Information Dissemination, Director Sheila CR, and her team who have been very active in making sure that all of our studies are disseminated as widely as possible. So I'd like to thank her team for all the hard work that they have been doing. So they've actually been very active in terms of presenting in public seminars all of the 54 studies that PIDS has done each year. So again, thank you very much for your presence here, and we're looking forward to a very interesting exchange of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to also acknowledge Congressman Caleb, Jesse, known district of Kalinga. Sir. Now we proceed to the main presentation. And I know that our presenter is ready. He is ready to present. Our presenter is a senior research fellow at PIDS, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, where he conducts policy research for the Philippine government with specialization on agriculture. Our team for this morning, he has authored numerous published research papers and co-edited 4 books on the economics of agriculture and natural resources, rural development, food security, international trade, and the macroeconomy. He is a board member of the consultancy group Bring Trust Incorporated, past board member of the Philippine Economic Society, as well as fellow of the Foundation for Economic Freedom. He has provided technical assistance to government agencies in Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and other various association of Southeast Asian nation bodies, while consulting for international donor agencies. He was the lead expert for drafting the rules and procedures for the release and replenishment of the ASEAN Plus 3 emergency rice reserve stocks. In 2017, he was the University of the Philippines Los Baños College of Economics and Management Outstanding Alumnus for Economics and Public Policy. as well as the UPLB Outstanding Alumnus in 2017. Previously, he is also a part of the academe. He was an assistant professor at the Ateneo de Manila University and the UPLB, his alma mater. He obtained his PhD from the UP School of Economics in the year 2000 and did postdoctoral research at the World Fish Center in Penang, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Senior Research Fellow, Philippine Institute for Philippine Development Studies, Dr. Roehlano, Roel M. Briones.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, Your Honors. I'm very happy to see the turnout today, but I'm sure you didn't come to see me, but it's because of the topic. By the way, yun nga palang mga alumnus and hindi B. Marami kami. Okay. Okay, so without further ado, we'll start with this first topic na mainit-init. At ganong kainit? Well, look at these headlines. No? Plungers lose. I'm getting random screen grabs, no, from various news reports and websites. 60 billion, 61.77 billion from the rice price drop. Aray, that's a really big one. In contrast, the other one is rice prices, kita mo naman yung at the retail level, continue to decline. That's from Philippine Star fairly recently. So we'll be talking about the background of this Rice Liberalization Act very quickly, although I cannot take for granted that all of you are very familiar with it. So we'll take some time there. And then we'll look at the immediate aftermath of the implementation. And then I'll explain na medyo let's also take a long-term perspective. In fact, it's better to take a long-term perspective on this act rather than to be too distracted by these very short-term changes that have been happening. And then I'll conclude with a few policy recommendations. Okay? Then after this presentation, I'll be giving one on the second one on the Free Irrigation Service Act. All right, so very quickly, we know that since 1972, there was a National Food Authority, then it was called the National Grains Authority, which heavily regulated rice, including imposed the so-called QRs, or quantitative restrictions on rice importation. Fast forward a couple of decades later, 1995, Philippines joined the World Trade Organization with a treaty as a treaty partner, and as part of its commitment, it passed the Agricultural Tariffication Act. So it agreed to convert all of its quantitative import restrictions at that time, which got bigger, stronger and stronger, especially after the passage of the Magna Carta of Small Farmers Act of 1991. So agreed to tarify already all with one exception. One explicit exception is the special treatment for rice. But based on its terms of agreement or accession to the WTO, that's supposed to be time-bound. Pero dun sa batas, forever dapat yan. So, nagkaroon ng konting clash, no? So, nangyari, for twice, the Philippine government requested WTO to extend the special treatment and continue to impose quantitative restrictions. However, every time it did that, medyo humingi ng concession yung mga trading partners. Plus, meron pa taga-NFA dito? Well, I don't think this is disputable that in 2018, NFA lost the battle of public opinion. Just when bumubulusok yung mga presyo ng bigas, doon siya, they would say, sorry, and then turn out yung mga blusa niya, walang laman, we're out of stocks, wala nang bala. So, the decision was finally made in both chambers of Congress to push through with this tariffication. I even joined some of the initial discussions, let's say PICAF consultations, Committee on Food Staples, and even farmer groups were on board. Tinanggap na nila na, okay, time is up na. Pero dapat, kung ano man nang lumabas, dapat maganda yung safety nets. Okay? By the way, no, an additional, just as a background, talagang hindi na maiwasan yung pag-implement nitong reform nito. Kasi you look at the gap between domestic and world prices. So this is our measure, we call it nominal protection rate. There is a fancy term for saying na ito yung diferensya between equivalent price ng imported pagdating niya sa port and yung world price, sorry. Yung equivalent price ng imported sa port natin and then the domestic price in percentage difference. So umaabot siya ng almost 100% from time to time. Pag in-average mo, this is about 80-90%, and you can see that that actually started rising in the 1990s. Before, medyo may history pa tayo ng self-sufficiency, medyo mababa pa yung domestic price. But from 90s onward, dun mo talaga makikita yung gap opening up between the domestic and world price. Kasi minmaintain natin yung domestic price natin in real terms, pero yung world price patuloy na pababa. So that opened up a big gap. Now, merong konting blip noong 2008. Yun yung world rice price crisis, na kung saan yung world price nagwala din. But then, nung nag-normalize yung world price, balik tayo sa history natin na umabot na almost 100% yung gap. Even during the peak of the prices in 2018, na nagtataasan na yung domestic prices, the gap between the domestic and border price was about 2/3, 67% of the border price. So, at that time, government was helpless to bring in imports kasi nandun pa yung batas that was putting those import restrictions. So, nagkaroon na ng reform. Republic Act 11203. It amended 8178. It took out that exception and said, okay, rice will be treated just like every other commodity under the World Trade Organization. It actually went further than that. It completely stripped the National Food Authority of regulatory function. It still exists, but it exists only to maintain rice buffer stock, and it's even for emergency purpose, not for any purpose. So it could be used, say, in the event of calamity. But and then of course the law also provides that the rice will be stockpiled from procurement from local farmers. So that's part of its mandate today. No more regulation. They don't even monitor the rice industry. No more NFA permits. Wala. So if you have a rice business and then hinihingian pa kayo ng NFA ng permit, oops, hindi na. That's no longer valid. We did not go into free trade in rice. By no means. Kaya nga, tariffication, di ba? Nagpatong pa rin tayo ng tariff sa rice. So, for ASEAN-sourced rice, say Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, the customs will charge you 35%. Outside ASEAN, within 350,000 tons of initial imports, mag-charge ng 40%. And outside ASEAN, pag labis na ng 350,000 tons, so definitely this year labis na yan, ano? Pwede ka na mag-charge ng 180% or higher. I believe the notification is now 190%. No? Pero almost all the action, I think, is happening in Vietnam and Thailand rice. Although I understand that some other rice from other places like India is also coming in, small amounts. The law also provided 10 billion for a rice competitiveness enhancement fund or rice fund. Na-anticipate na, so hindi nakakagulat. The lawmakers, they knew all of the studies, they knew all of the warnings about various stakeholders. Hindi sila nagulantang nung dun sa prospect na bababa yung presyo. Kaya they actually provided for a safety net within the law, 10 billion. Supposed to be, ang makikinabang dyan sa 10 billion na yan are farmers, farm workers, and their dependents in rice, no? As listed in RSBSA, as well as rice cooperatives and associations accredited by DA. Bakit DA? Kasi yung CDA naman na nare-register, hindi naman niya alam kung anong ibig sabihin ng salitang rice cooperative. Okay, it will register cooperatives, it will register credit cooperatives, multipurpose cooperatives, etc. Pero hindi niya alam which one there is rice, so DA will be the one to accredit which one is in rice. Oops. Okay. Alright. So ano yung specific purpose ng 10 billion na yan? billion pesos worth of tractors, harvesters, pumps, and so on every year for the next 6 years. Another 3 billion for rice seed development, propagation, and promotion. By the way, the first one ang mag-administer is PhilMec. Second one mag-administer is PhilRice, Philippine Rice Research Institute. Research? Well, yeah, the law said we will give it to them to administer. 1 billion for rice credit assistance, split between Land Bank and DBP. And another 1 billion for rice extension. Interestingly, 0.7 million of that 1 billion is for TESDA, for the farm schools. Now, hindi lang yon. If in case more than 10 billion of tariffs are collected, yung excess, let's say after the end of the year, it turns out the 15 billion of tariffs on rice imports were collected. The 5 billion, pwedeng ilaan sa mga additional uses. This is called excess revenues, and it could be for rice farmer direct financial assistance, so you can interpret this as cash transfers. Of course, dapat 2 hectares and below, yung mga pinakakawawa lang, yung pinakamaliliit lang na may lupa. It could also be used for individual titling of agricultural lands. It could be used for crop insurance, expanded crop insurance, and crop diversification for erstwhile rice farmer. Ano yung sabihin nun? Problema kasi pag National Rice Program, bibigay lang niya yung benefit dun sa rice farmer. Eh kung umalis na nga sa rice farming kasi ayaw na niya dun sa presyo ng palay, pwede pa rin siyang tulungan under that final bullet point. No? I believe in DA, they might be trying to do this through the high-value crops, but we can hear from Yusek kaya later. Alright, ano yung immediate aftermath? So, pinasa nung Valentine's Day, pinirmahan, and then amazing fast break, one of the fastest ever implementing rules and regulations for a very detailed and long IRRs. You can download this in the net. Nabuo yan within like a month. A month of, so starting March, it was in effect. It was effective. It was executed almost immediately. So what happened? This is a chart for 4 weeks of September. Why did I choose September? Last year, September 2018, that was the highest, the peak of the retail price, and near peak noong palay price. Di ba nung nagka-crisis, nabanggit ko, yung LFA nawala ng stocks, tapos tumataas yung presyo. So that was, sa farm gate, 23 pesos, 22 to 23 pesos of September ng 2018. Doon naman sa retail, pumapalo siya sa 49 pesos sa retail. So, fast forward, September of 2019, ano na nangyari? Sa farm gate, lumalaro na siya from 15.82 to 16.28 pesos. Doon naman sa retail side, September of 2019, 42 pesos yung retail. Now, where am I getting this data? This is PSA data. So, bakit 15? Akala ko ba 7 na lang? Okay. The PSA does not collect data on fresh sales of palay. Why it does not? Well, one reason is it is impossible to standardize the fresh weight of palay. Some will have moisture content of 25%, some will 30%, no? So, para ma-standardize, dapat dry weight, which means moisture content of 14% and below. So, yan ang pagpapasihan natin. So, again, if you're hearing prices of fresh weight palay, 7 pesos, 9 pesos, that is not official data of PSA. I'm not saying it's wrong data. Kaya lang parang it's difficult to compare that with last year's data, right? Because I'm trying to make a one-year comparison, and I can only compare it with dry weight data and official data of PSA to boot. Bakit official? Well, syempre official data. I dare not go against the official information collected by Philippine government. All right, so because of that, another report by PSA, yung kanyang quarterly inflation bulletin, sabi niya, noong September 2019, yung inflation rate natin, 0.9% na lang. Noong October, ganun pa rin, 0.8% na lang. Noong previous year, 1 year previously, October 2018, the inflation rate was almost 7%, 6.7%. People were really, really worried about high prices of rice at the retail level. Pa-election pa naman. So anyway, the 2019, according to PSA, was mainly due to 0.9% annual drop in food and beverage index. So, pangkalahatan, bumaba yung presyo ng food and beverage prices. And in fact, ano ang tumutulak niyan is because rice index, so this is not the same data, pero from another data set, similar data set ng PSA for the consumer price index, na-measure niya na ang drop ng retail ng rice prices is 9 points, almost 10%. So kaya bumaba yung inflation. So yan naman yung side ng mga economic managers, pati Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Kaya they're the strong constituency in favor of this tariffication. Kasi nga naman, look at the effect on the retail prices. Okay? Tapos, we also, when we see this, itong immediate aftermath, let's not just look at it, point blank, ito yung nangyayari. Let's understand the background, okay, of the rice price movement. One of the outstanding characteristic ng farm gate price or palay price is seasonality. Okay, so bago mag-tariffication, 2016 to 2017, ito ang trend. So in-average ko lang, no, yung January of the 2 years, averaged here and so on. So what happens is the farm gate price tends to rise gently up to around July. Magpipeak siya. So ito yung tinatawag na lean season. Okay? And then, pagpapasok na ng harvest towards the third quarter of any given year, then the farm gate price starts to drop. And then, pag tapos na yung harvest season, towards December na bibilihan na uli yung mga tao, starts to gently climb up again. And then the cycle resumes. Okay? Now, this is specific to palay. If you look at the retail price based on official data, you do not see this pattern at all. There is not much marked seasonality at the level of the retail price. So, same two years average, we can see very gently increase, not even peaking sa July. It will peak sometime in September, and then very gently fall. So, there's a very slight seasonality pattern, very, very unpronounced, very not so pronounced, not like the palay price, which is very pronounced. How do you explain this? Well, we have a model in economics, just to put it simply, yung mga trader, pag alam niyang tataas yung presyo, mag-i-stock siya ngayon, habang mura pa, i-anticipate niya yung mataas na presyo. Pag tumaas yung presyo, saka siya magre-release, which is kind of common sense, right? This is called the competitive storage model. The effect of that is if all the traders behave this way, this will tend to stabilize the price. Not completely, but big tendency. On the other hand, ganun din ba yung palay farmer? Mag-i-stock muna ako ng palay, pag nagmahal, saka ko ibebenta. Turns out that doesn't happen. It does not happen. What happens is farmers liquidate their harvest on the spot. That's what explains this sharp cyclical behavior of the farm gate price. So the traders can do this, fancy term ng economists is intertemporal arbitrage, no? Smoothing out differences in rice price over time, but farmers cannot do that. Farmers need to sell their harvest so that they can get the cash so that they can settle debts or pay for expenses and so on. All right, 2018. Similar pattern, you can see that. So this is actual 2018, hindi to average. But one extraordinary thing that happened is that August of 2018 was the all-time highest dry weight palay price recorded by PSA ever. Okay? 22.7, tama ba? 22.7 pesos per kilogram, yung official data. And then, after that, it follows the seasonal pattern and starts to go down. Ganun din, all-time high retail prices were recorded the month after September, 48 pesos. What does this mean is that these are extraordinarily high surges. Kasi nga, 2018 was an extraordinary year. If you start from that base, you're really gonna get skewed. This is not a picture of the normal rice market by any means. Okay? So, for instance, normally the range between the highest and lowest price for a year is, sorry, I should have mentioned it, balik tayo. Hindi pala. Okay, yun. So, for a year, ang normal is 12% range, highest and lowest price. Noong 2018, yung range for palay went up to almost 90%. Lumaki yung gap between the highest and lowest price for the year. Kasi nga, tinulak siya noong August, July price. Tapos nung ano naman, sa retail level, dati, ang range ng highest and lowest price throughout the year, kasi nga stable siya, di ba? Relatively stable. 1.5%. Strangely, noong 2018, that range widened to 14.2%. Still not as wide as palay, but still much wider than normal. So it's really, this is not a good starting point. In other words, 2018 prices are not a good starting point for analysis. Okay, so this is now what happened looking at longer history. But now we have a perspective of palay prices across regions. Across regions, actually, when we see data like this, we think na, lahat yan, ganyan. Hindi, actually, there are very, very large differences in palay prices across the regions. So it's difficult to show you data across the regions, but we have a measure of dispersion, which is that orange bar. So it's called the coefficient of variation. So it's just a measure of dispersion. The higher it is, the more dispersed or divergent are palay prices across the regions. So that measure is about 11% noong, yeah, actually, so on the right, sorry, hindi ko makita masyado yung presentation. It's around, noong 2014, medyo nagka-crisis na rin yan, di ba? Nasa 11%. Tapos bumagsak siya, and then, noong nag-tariffication, dito na sa 2019 data, tumaas siya ulit. In other words, before tariffication, medyo nagko-converge na yung palay prices. Nung nag-tariffication, biglang nag-widen ulit. Some regions, malaki yung bagsak ng presyo. In other regions, hindi masyadong kamalaki yung bagsak ng presyo. Pero of course, what catches the headlines? Yung mga malalaking bagsak ng presyo, di ba? Yung mga big konti lang yung bagsak, they will not. Reporters will not catch that. Anyway, so now, if I look at the PSA data and I use before-after analysis, what is before-after analysis? I look at quarter-on-quarter basis, the decrease in price from the current quarter, where the data was registered, versus the previous quarter. If you do that calculation using PSA data, we have production data for the second and third quarters of 2019, bakit second quarter? Kasi yung March pa lang naman nagsimula yung tariffication. So you cannot attribute any changes in price before the law actually was executed. If we do that, rather than 60 billion, we get a figure, a much more modest figure of 8.22 billion. Yan ang losses when you total it all up ng rice farmers using the before-after quarter-to-quarter adjustment. Okay? From April to September of 2019. Okay, what about the retail prices? Yung measure of dispersion natin across regions, much smaller compared to palay prices. Again, because of behavior of traders, they're more or less able to even out the prices across the regions. So the dispersion of regional prices actually declines from the final quarter onwards with the tariffication. So mababa na yung dispersion, lalo pang lumiit. So sa halip na kabaliktaran dun sa nangyari sa palay na nag-widen yung dispersion across regions, dun sa retail price, nung nag-tariffication, nag-converge pa. And I have a little interpretation of why that happened. Alright, ito naman yung comparison of the annual and monthly world price. Nung pinag-uusapan yung tariffication, late 2018, actually, abnormally high yung presyo ng bigas sa pandaigdigang merkado. If you use the Vietnam 25% brokens, which is the typical quality of rice that we purchase from Vietnam. Umabot ng almost $400. Nung nag-tariffication, bumaba pa. Bumaba siya. Okay? So now it's now all the way down to $304 yan, and then nag-correct last month, sa October.
Now, if you do that, so it dropped, you can see the orange bars, that's the negative change, fairly large negative change pagpasok nung January of 2018. Kasi actually, malaki din yung fluctuations ng world price ng bigas. What happens is, if you look at the October price, that's about 20 pesos per kilogram. Now, of course, you have to apply tariffs. So pagtawid mo ng customs, available na sa port, it should cost something like 27 pesos. No, I attributed something like a 12% adjustment for freight. No, now that's 27, 28 pesos depending on the freight costs and other related port costs. Why is it then that the wholesale price, yung katapat niya, kasi ito yung hindi naman consumer ang magi-import, di ba? Mga traders, mga wholesalers magi-import. Bakit yung wholesale price is still 38 pesos last month? Okay, so babalikan natin yung issue na yan. If you look at the drop, same method as I made this calculation, yung 8 billion loss ng farmers, if you apply the same method on the consumers, ang gain nila is 4.9 billion. So the gain is also modest. So I used 2018 data on consumption of per month, averaged over per month. And I looked at those 2 quarters, and I valued it using quarter by quarter change in the retail price. And you will get a figure like almost 5 billion. Turns out that that's a little bit less than the change, than the losses registered by farmers using the before-after method. But let me give you a caution. It is difficult to pin down the actual impact of a policy based on very short term, month to month, quarter to quarter. Lots of background noise. Di ba nabanggit ko? 2018 is not a normal year in the first place. So why are you gonna use it as a base? Pangalawa, hindi masyadong accurate yung before-after. Kasi ano ba yung baseline mo? Sabi ko, quarter to quarter. Sino nagsabing quarter to quarter? Bakit hindi by semester? Kung by semester, 6-month interval, mas malaki yung drop. Mas malaking ma-register na loss. So, sige, sabihin ko, bakit di mo simulan 5 years ago? Yun yung baseline mo. It becomes quite arbitrary. What is your source of baseline? And then from that baseline, you try to measure ano ba yung naging loss ng farmer. So, the actual researchers, what researchers really prefer to do is do a with and without analysis, kung pwede lang. Problema, in the real world, you can never see a with and without analysis because dapat ang tunay na baseline is, kung hindi ka nag-tarify, ano sana ang presyo? Then you susukatin mo dun yung diferensya. Unfortunately, we actually did tarify. So, how will you invent that hypothetical scenario na maintain natin yung status quo? So, what we do is, instead of trying to estimate that hypothetical status quo scenario and try to put in all of these variations, bubulusok sa 22, we try to just look at the equilibrium. So in economics, we have this concept of equilibrium. Roughly, it corresponds to the normal price. And it actually cannot be done for short-term, month-to-month, or quarter-to-quarter adjustments. You must do this analysis for a more long-term perspective. So unfortunately, our models are not sophisticated enough to be able to measure with and without scenarios on a very short-term basis. We can only try to do the analysis on a more long-term basis. So rather than looking at actual month-to-month, quarter-to-quarter adjustments and say, this is the change in the normal price, it may not be a change in the normal price. It may be a market seeking the normal level or transitioning to an equilibrium. We don't know. So let's take another perspective. Let's take our eyes off the more distracting and noisy real-world data and see what the underlying structure of the economy tells us. So we use this longer-term perspective, and we average all the changes on the annual basis, okay, para mas madaling matandaan. And here is the projection. We do the projection from 2019 to 2024, 2 intervals. and then from 2025 to 2030. So that really is a long-term perspective. We're taking a decadal perspective. Then we average it, so you can see all of those bars. So, ang blue bar is without tariffication. The orange bar is with tariffication. And then it's the difference between the two is the with minus without scenario. And that is the actual impact of the policy based on the simulation model, based on the long-term analysis. So, without tariffication, rice imports from 2019 to 2024 are projected to increase under status quo. Hindi naman kasi zero. Kahit nag-QR tayo, bumibigay din paminsan-minsan, nag-i-import din naman. No? So, ang projection is, on average, 7% import growth. Nung nag-tariffication, ang projection is 52% per annum import growth because we started again from a low base in 2019. So the difference is 46% percentage point difference. Diba? So alisin mo lang you do the 52.8 minus 7. Okay? So that's the actual impact of tariffication on imports. The import growth slows down sa orange bar sa latter part of the decade. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin, more or less the same pace, 7 to 7.2% yung status quo. And so the actual difference dun sa latter part of the decade is actually under tariffication a negative impact on rice imports. But again, I had an explanation why that's so. No? If you average out for the whole decade, 2019 to 2030, then that's actually net contribution to imports by a 22 percentage point addition to imports. No? So instead of growing at 7.1%, imports over the decade will grow at about 29%, so you have a 22% difference. So the impact of that on production is understandably negative. Again, we divide the intervals up. So sa production, it's supposed to grow 2 point something percent. But then with tariffication, it will actually contract for the first 5 years. And so the gray bar will tell you the difference. It went from positive, nag-negative pa, so you need to get this total difference. It comes to around 4.5% contraction annual basis for the first 5 years. And then the impact will level off sa latter part of the decade. So for the entire decade, it's like a 4.1 percentage point difference. Okay, so in the long run, the production is projected to actually contract a bit compared to the base level in 2019. Area harvested, ganun din, even sharper change. Pretty sharp change, actually. Instead of a growth of 10%, it reverses 30%, 32% for a change of 42% in area harvested. So large contraction in area harvested projected by the model. It evens out after 25 years, and it's still the same story for the entire decade. So yeah, this is not good for farmers. And in fact, you can see how they're responding here. Farm gate prices, let me just summarize. First 5 years, 4 point, ano yan? 4% average decline in the first 5 years. Growth in farmers' income. What happens is farmers' income is flat in the first 5 years versus a 2.5% projected growth in farmers' income. And so that's actually a 2.5% decline compared to the without scenario, with and without. It averages out for the entire decade of about 1.8% percentage points lower growth in farmers' income over the decade. So the model allows us to calculate these changes per decile. What is decile? Decile is the income groups of the Philippines arranged from highest to lowest. So first decile is the bottom 10%. 10th decile is the top 10% of the population by household per capita income. So it turns out that if you look at the net rice producers, so there's a methodology for looking at the income of net rice producers, and you arrange them by per capita income decile, you'll find that 13.5% of them is in the lowest 10%. So kung proportional sana, you would expect 10% of farmers are in the bottom 10%. But no, slightly larger. 13.5% of farmers are in the bottom decile. Another 14.2% are in the second decile. So if you total it up, that's about 27%, 28% in the bottom two deciles. The bottom two deciles in 2015 are approximately the poverty level of the households, because the poverty incidence in 2015 was 21.6%. This is bottom 20%. So this is like 95% of all the poor in the Philippines. So yun yung rice farmers that belong to this group. Okay? So they would suffer the biggest loss. Something like 1 billion loss every year from 2019 to 2024. So if you look at the with and without, increasing somewhat from 2015 to 2030, so that the bottom decile, the poorest, the bottom poor, will suffer like equivalent 1.4 billion loss per year. So this is in real terms how we froze prices at 2015 levels. So that's quite a large drop. Now, because there are fewer and fewer rice farmers as the deciles go up, then the impact on farm incomes declines. If you look at the total sa bottom, it's about 7.6 billion loss with minus without per year on the side of the rice farmers, rising to 13 billion pesos per year loss with minus without, for an average of 10 billion pesos per year. So nung nakuha ko yung result na to, kinalabutan ako, because where did we hear the amount of 10 billion? The Rice Fund. So congratulations to the framers of the law that came up with that number. Coincidence. I got this calculation after the law was passed. Consumer side, we valued that as well. So what is the impact of a loss in consumers using long-term projections with minus without? So it starts with 9.4 billion for the bottom poor in the first 5 years per year. Actually, the benefit goes up because it turns out that even rich people in the Philippines, or the upper income people in the Philippines, they actually spend more on rice. Maybe they don't eat more rice, but they increase the quality of rice. And so they actually spend more in absolute terms as your income goes up. Which kind of makes sense, right? You do. That's the case. It rises to 32 billion, so this is in million pesos. So 31,657,000 million is 31.657 billion. So the total, if you total up all the deciles, it's 197 billion benefit every year for the first 5 years on the side of consumers. Parang malaki to. Pero actually, as a percentage change, this is only 1.8% of the average household expenditure projected over that period. Okay, so that's how much Filipino households are spending. So 1.8% of that is about almost 200 billion pesos. And unlike yung nakita natin sa absolute pesos na mas maliit yung gain ng mga poorer groups, compared to their original expenditure level, this is a bigger change. The poorer groups get about 2.4% improvement, equivalent gain nila kung isi-scale natin sa total expenditure level nila. Whereas the richer group, 0.9% lang by the 10th decile. Bakit? Kasi mataas na yung expenditure nila. Marami na silang pinagkakagastusan. Actually, the gain from the rice is not such a big share of their expenditure compared to the bottom group. So it's not so pro-poor on the one case, but in this percentage examination, yes, this is a pro-poor policy. And depending on how many farmers not in palay farming are in these deciles, it's a pro-farmer policy. because not all farmers are palay farmers. So those who do not plant palay, those who have to purchase their bigas from the market, they also get a big, kasama sila dito sa table na to. Now, this is a forever policy, supposedly. If we hold this constant policy for at least 10 years, every year this law will generate a benefit because the alternative scenario is we kept the status quo for 10 years. What is the effect of that? In a nutshell, if you value all of those benefits and converted them as if we got them today, the equivalent value is 2.26 trillion pesos. Why am I giving this calculation? Sometimes we feel, oh, well, yung pakinabang is this year, it's 50 billion, 20 billion, whatever it is. We have to keep in mind that every year we're getting these benefits. And if we have 10 years of these benefits, then we will be generating these benefits 10 years compared to a scenario na maintain pa rin natin yung QR. So the value of that is 2.26 trillion. The biggest gain, of course, is on the top income group, 367 billion. The least gain is for the bottom income group, 86 billion, 87 billion. But again, compared to their wealth level initially, this is a bigger share of your initial wealth compared to the upper income group. All right. So, of course, this analysis has some limitations. Right now, I've disaggregated by decile. I have not actually shown you what is the actual change in projected change in poverty, projected change in income distribution. Masyado nung high-tech yung analysis na yon. Please wait for next year. That'll be my research study for 2020. You know, refining the numbers. This paper doesn't get written automatically. You know, a lot of 4 o'clock in the morning, I was making some adjustments. No. Again, this is also based on long-term adjustments. If you want an analysis based on short-term volatility, I'm sorry, you will not find it in these past few charts. And in fact, I refrain from making those analysis based on short-term adjustments because those are very biased. There are numerous factors to consider, changes in time and changes across space. So a different kind of analysis, not the long-term analysis, is needed to cover those changes. Still, here are some takeaways. If we take seriously the message of those numbers, first is, it seems that if you want Philippine society to benefit, you, in the long run, then we should maintain RA 11203 in the long run. Otherwise, if you don't do it, say goodbye to the 2.26 trillion. And go back to your previous policy where Filipino consumers were paying like 100% more compared to consumers in Vietnam or New Delhi. Now, of course, we do not deny the analysis clearly points out the loss suffered by palay farmers. So they actually have a point. Why are we going to take a hit for the Filipino consumer? Really, why should they take a hit? If the consumers really benefit, maybe they can share in the benefit. Therefore, provide offsetting compensation for losers from the policy reform. What does this compensation take place? Well, the law has spoken, the RCEF, pero baka maraming comment na actually, nakadrawing lang yan, baka hindi pa actually natatanggap. Nararamdaman na yung bagsak ng presyo, hindi pa naambunan ng RCEF. So, understandably, there's quite a legitimate grievance there. I'm not able to address that. So, siguro the implication for policy is that there should be accelerated delivery of the compensation to rice farmers, especially to the poor palay producers, which are a lot of them, right? Based on the figures I just showed. Ngayon, I also flagged the issue of bakit biglang lumiit yung differences across regions, tapos mabagal yung bagsak ng retail price, mataas pa rin yung wholesale price compared to the computed border price. So, I suspect there is something wrong in the way there's some issue in palay trading. I don't have the evidence. I don't have strong evidence. I had a study with PCC, but unfortunately, I was not entertained by the big rice traders for interviews. But I understand from some news items that PCC is planning to undertake an investigation to see why actually, despite all the stocks that have been recorded to come in from Bureau of Customs, it seems na nakastock pa rin siya. This is being used to tell farmers why they can't buy palay at the previous high rates. But then, instead of releasing to the market, somehow it's being stocked. And even though the retail price is dropping, it's not dropping fast enough compared to the pace of drop sa palay price. So this should be investigated so that consumers will feel even more benefit very quicker than ever compared to what we have seen before. So that's the piece on rice tariffication. Okay, so mamaya pa yung Q&A, no? Mamaya pa. I'm sure there are many burning questions. Pero the format of our seminar now is I'm supposed to do 2. So, yung burning questions nyo, hold on to it. Okay? Keep you in suspense. We'll get the second topic. Yeah.
That you can have a breather, short breather. Let me just acknowledge for the record our new attendees. No, this is one of the most highly attended event of PIDS and our office CPBRD. No, and the numbers show. No, it's filling up to the rafters. We have even members of Congress at the back. No, let me acknowledge for the record Deputy Speaker Congressman Rodante Marcoleta there at the back, seated with Congressman Chuni Kuwal, the Lone District of Quirino. Sir, good morning. And of course, the party list representative, Congressman Angel Joseph Kabadbat. Sir, good morning. And Congresswoman Jocelyn Fortuno from the 5th District of Camarines, sir. Welcome po. And are you ready for your second round? Wait, there is more. But you have to wait for the reaction to be finished before you ask questions. And number 1 on the list is Congresswoman Vergara, who's registered. No, I'm sure the other members would want also. Sir, you have the floor again.
Okay, continuing. I wanted to keep both seminar presentations under 1 hour, pero I'm already at minute 46. Anyway, this is another key reform under this Congress. This Congress is the Free Irrigation Service Act passed in 2018. So this policy was implemented from a background where operations and maintenance of irrigated systems, and mahalaga din yung usaping irrigation kasi this is part of competitiveness of Filipino rice farmer or lack thereof. So, given that background, we'll begin our presentation with the history of O&M, how it's usually funded previously until this act came along, how this Free Irrigation Service Act or FISA was actually implemented since 2018, have a view of related literature, especially how other countries actually implement irrigation service fee in other countries. I'll show you some preliminary results from FGDs. Very preliminary kasi the FGDs were conducted right at the cusp nung ini-implement pa lang yung FISA. So actually many of them were said that hindi pa nila actually natatanggap yung FISA. But nevertheless, from there we can do some analysis and maybe give a short summary and recommendations. So, ano ang background nitong free irrigation service? Actually, ever since isinabatas ang irrigation sa Pilipinas, all the way back 1912, unang batas about irrigation sa Pilipinas, we are already charging farmers irrigation service fee. This has been a historical fact and modality for funding O&M. Government will typically pay for the capital cost, but will expect the farmers to pay for the operations and maintenance of the system built for free by taxpayers' money. Fast forward 1960s, nag-raise na ng issue yung World Bank. Bakit ko babanggit yung 60s? Kasi yung listahan niya ng issue, kung ginawa mong 2020, 2015 halimbawa, parang yung pa rin ang pwede mong ilista. Maintenance for irrigation and drainage in the country was mediocre. That's 1960, I think 2015. you can still make the same comment. Water charges were unrealistically low, 1960, 2015. Many farmers have not paid even these low charges. So, after the World Bank gave the assessment, oh, by the way, even in that time, for communal irrigation systems, again, that will be built by government, but government does not pay anything at all to Irrigators Association. So, pagka-turnover, tapos na. Even from the 60s. Iba yung situation sa national systems that continue to be operated by NIA, doon siya naniningil ng operations and maintenance or the irrigation service fee. So, in response, by the 1974, under PD 552, which granted NIA broader powers and authority, na-adjust pataas yung ISF, all the way, so pinapatupad yan. And then, 1998, doon tinanggal, all of a sudden, kung maalala pa natin, under the, when the then President Estrada mentioned it in the State of the Nation address. So, sinuspend siya pansamantala, pero within 6 months, binalik din, binawi din. Pero socialized na. But that lasted only during his administration, balik sa status quo, ISF, from that time until the FISA was finally passed. Now, all the long while, one important part of operations and maintenance is the policy of government led by NIA to implement irrigation management transfer. Sabi niya, okay, alam ko na maraming problema yung operations and maintenance ng irrigation systems. Why don't we allow the farmers to take over the O&M of these systems? So that process of turning over is called irrigation management transfer. Now, this is an issue for the national systems, which is still about 60, 70% of all irrigated systems in the country. This is not relevant sa CIS, communal systems, the smaller systems, because from the beginning na transfer na yan. Kumbaga, for the communal systems, we don't need to study. We just decide that you do everything. Sa national systems, okay, we will still do a lot, pero mag-contribute ka naman, mag-ambag ka naman ng kahit paano. Alright? But unti-unti, if i-phase out namin yung involvement namin, ibibigay namin sa inyo. This is called IMT. Now, some study, we didn't do this study because we just found literature that found that in national systems, yung mga turnouts na minamanage ng mga Irrigators Association turns out to be better quality of service compared to those still under the control and direct management of NIA. So, mas halimbawa, na-enforce yung mga patakaran, yung mga batas, yung mga rules, palatuntunan nung IA. One reason given by the author, Professor Araral, is that mas nahihiya yung mga farmer sa kapwa nila farmer compared dun sa NIA na some faraway bureaucrat. They don't care kahit sitahin siya. However, of course, one study, we cannot draw conclusion from one study. In other studies in other countries, hindi ganun ka-favorable ang naging impact ng IMT. Nonetheless, that continues to be the policy of NIA, and in fact, that policy was implemented for the FISA, and I'll explain the link in a while. But for now, we will conduct the analysis looking at these various criteria. First is equity. Second is efficiency, to the limited extent that we can do so. And then we collected data especially on effectiveness and efficiency and operational issues through focus group discussions and key informant interviews. Okay, so here are some of the results. We analyzed the equity. First, we look at data, secondary data, from the PSA. Turns out that of all the parcels that are irrigated, 98% of them, so I should have mentioned pala, no? Well, nabanggit din ng opening remarks ni President Reyes na all farm holdings 8 hectares and below exempted na sa pagbayad ng ISF under FISA. So ilang percent ba ito? Actually, 98% ng parcels are anyway 8 hectares and below. So this has opportunity to benefit vast majority of irrigated parcels, which vast majority again are in Palay, because bulk of irrigation service in this country is in the public sector is actually for rice farming. Now, if we look at how big a share is irrigation, dati, how much was the ISF as part of cost? Turns out na not so big. In terms of cash cost, 4%. In terms of total cost, if you impute, let's say, salip na yung, hindi mo vina-value yung labor ng farmer. Pero alam mo, yung pwede siya sanang namasukan magtrabaho sa iba, di ba? So yung labor niya, i-value natin. Pati yung rental, kung sa kanya na yung lupa, actually, sana pinaupahan niya sa iba, di ba? So i-value din natin yung rental. If you do all of those imputations, the share of ISF in production cost is only about 2%, less than 2%. So we shouldn't expect that this will be a big improvement or big savings on the part. Meron, definitely meron. But let's not think of it that, oh, it's as big as 20%. Nowhere near that. Palay farmers are poorer than the average household, but most of them are not poor based on the FIES data. So it turns out that, yeah, I think I showed something like this earlier. Cumulative ko lang dito. The bottom 20% of households have 28% of all palay farmers. Okay? By the time we reach the fourth decile, the bottom 40% of households, that accounts for, oops, naubusan na yung notes ko. That accounts for more than half of all palay farmers. But remember, our poverty line is roughly doon sa second decile. So already you have lots of rice farmers lots of rice farmers that are not, that are already above the poor, above the poverty line. Okay? So, that's the equity side. So we're not denying that the rice farmer is poorer than usual. Certainly the rice farmer is poorer than the average Filipino. But let's not also ignore the fact that many of our palay farmers are actually not poor, according to government statistics data. There's a relatively involved method how I identified that, but palabasin na lang natin sa Q&A. All right. So here are some of the feedbacks we were getting when we did the FGDs and KIIs. They said that the interviewees, especially in national irrigation systems, anticipate that there will be a big benefit, main benefit from farmers due to savings from paying the ISF. Meron ding nag-opinion na, o baka tumaas din yung yield kasi meron ng mas pang-invest, pampuhunan yung farmer. But that wasn't really much highlighted in the FGDs. No? The NIA, some of the NIA informants actually said that if you look at the way the FISA was implemented, and here is the mechanics of how it's implemented. Sa mga national systems already governed by NIA, what happens is NIA tells the farmer, okay, if we take charge of this system, you get nothing. If you want to take charge of this system, there will be varying degrees. Depending on the degree that which you will want to take over the system, we will pay you a subsidy. Okay? So that's what they did sa national system. So conditional yung subsidy. Ngayon, kung hindi niya na-maintain ng ayos, then merong performance indicators and regular inspection by NIA. Kung hindi nila magampanan, babawiin yung subsidy, pati yung responsibility for O&M. Okay, so that's the IRR of the FISA. So communal systems, walang issue na ganon kasi hindi naman niya talaga minamanage. So mangyayari is, the NIA will pay a subsidy outright, similar to the subsidy they pay sa mga national systems. So remember, before, CIS were totally on their own. Now, under FISA, for the first time, they are receiving some out-of-pocket subsidy from NIA for the management of their irrigation systems. So, sabi ng NIA, sa case ng national systems, yung pag-calculate ng subsidy is a bit iffy. It may turn out na lumiit pa yung allocation for O&M compared to before FISA. But certainly sa mga CIS, lumaki kasi ang baseline mo noon is 0. Right? So ito yung terms, no? About 245 pesos per hectare ang taya nila, average for O&M now, yung subsidy na binibigay. Whereas their previous calculation was something like 650 pesos per hectare. So maybe there was some issue in the calculation of the subsidy that is provided. Tapos in the Halaur system, when we interviewed farmers, nagreklamo pa sila. They said, nothing good will come out of this FISA implementation. Eh kasi dati pa, essentially yun yung sinabi nila. Dati pa, palpak na yung pag-maintain ng system. Right? So after the FISA, what hope do they have that these will be actually addressed? So for instance, sabi nila, yung in the Halaur system where they were found, laterals were only partially operational. The subsidies from NIA cannot cover the maintenance costs, especially the major repairs that are needed for those laterals. And they fear na pag pinabayaan na sila under the irrigation management transfer, hindi asikasuhin ng NIA, or pag tinake over ng NIA, hindi rin gagawin ng NIA. That's their definite, legitimate, that's their worry, that's their anxiety. So in communal systems, free irrigation is seen to be beneficial dahil from 0 nagkaroon ng some subsidy. On the other hand, some of the IAs, sa mga CIS that were interviewed said, medyo nagkaroon ng konting complication. Dahil dito sa subsidy na ito, nahirapan kaming mangolekta. That's what they outright said. Many of their members said, bakit kami magbabayad nung dating fee namin? So kasi di ba dati, completely tinurn over na sa mga IAs, di ba? Yung mga communal systems. So dati nakakakolekta sila sa mga miyembro nila. Nung natunugan nila na may subsidy from NIA, ayaw nila magbayad nung dati nilang fee. So that's a real world situation. How prevalent is this? We don't know. We did not cover, maybe this is of some interest to do a wider survey. All right, so operational issues according to NIA. They said, okay, there's some dispute, but if there will be some adjustments that will be implemented over time, and we flag these problems, then there could be a potential to increase the resources going to O&M if you include the subsidy, plus IA contribution. So let me make something clear. Ang pinagbawal sa FISA is pagkolekta ng gobyerno ng ISF. But those irrigators associations, normally SEC registered, nothing prevents them from doing their self-governing bodies, right? If they decide to collect among themselves an irrigators, they may not call it irrigator service fee, they could call it some kind of management fee, they're free to do so. So depending on that subsidy plus continued IA contributions plus additional resources from NIA could potentially increase the level of service to O&M. Furthermore, their hope is that NIA functions might actually be revitalized since they're increasingly turning over responsibilities under the IMT system to the respondents. Hindi na sila namomoblemang maningil, so that was actually a big benefit to them. Sabi nila before, very adversarial yung relationship nila with the IAs. Kasi paningin ng mga IA sa kanila, all they're after is maningil. Now that that's out of the way, they can now better focus on capacity building and administration of the IMT, monitoring whether the IAs managing the systems are doing so properly. So it seems that in as much as the decision has been made by law to keep this free, so I did not reflect in my recommendations changing the law. In the same way na yung 11203, I did not make recommendations to change the law. Okay? So keep the law, but continue to pursue IMT, which NIA has already done. Turns out that that was a good idea, to continue to pursue IMT. It was a worry when FISA was first being contemplated, whether yung management transfer could still be done. Kasi mukhang gobyerno will have to take over everything, including the funding. Turns out, hindi. Rather, they decided to implement this through a subsidy policy. So, that brings me to a second recommendation. So, yung rules, implementing rules and regulations ng IMT, nung subsidy are a bit not so well formed. One way to tweak those is to make it enhance the performance basis. So, kasi ano lang yan eh, yes or no. If they maintain properly based on a checklist ng NIA, babawiin. Pero baka pwedeng mag-graduate. Di ba? Kung ma-maintain mo certain performance indicators, pwedeng ma-enhance pa, ma-increase pa yung subsidy. Why don't we examine the subsidy structure and provide an increasing schedule depending on how well the IA performs? So, di ba mag-intensify yung monitoring function ng NIA? Oh, syempre. Eh, you don't need any more staff to go around and collect the ISF anyway. You save some staff from doing that. So, might as well deploy those staff to improve the incentive structure for those subsidies. And you can do that not just for the NIS. You could even do that for the communal systems. Build in some performance-based bonuses, say, or allowances or subsidies. One of those performance indicators is water savings. Kasi previously, in some other countries, they implement volumetric pricing. So yung parang may kontador yung system. Kasi sa bahay, we do volumetric pricing, di ba? You pay based on how many cubic meters of water you use. Sa irrigators associations, sa ISF, there's nothing like that. No matter how much water you use, you pay the same amount per hectare. Now, under free irrigation, you can't do that because you can't charge. But what you can do is, you can look at the subsidy and use this as a way of building in water savings. So, the less if you put gauges dun sa irrigation head, and technically this is fairly easy to do. If you put gauges there and you measure that you reach certain low water level being diverted, then you can qualify for a bigger subsidy. And why are we recommending that? Water is such a precious resource in Philippines. The more water we can save, the better, especially since climate change is coming in. So again, this is a forever law, and climate change will be with us not just for the next decade, for a few centuries. So we might as well see how we can address this even today. So NIA, again, can be transformed into a service-providing agency specializing in technical assistance, contract design, and performance monitoring, and no longer be distracted having to run after farmers. So yun yung magandang naging bunga noong Free Irrigation Service Act. Finally, this doesn't come for free. FISA, I think, last year, it's mentioned in my paper, something like 2.7 billion. Now, when you look at this 2.7 billion allocation, you might wonder, is there a better way to spend all of this money? Especially if you're after equity. If you look at the rationale for the law, it's to improve the welfare of the rice farmer premised on them being the poorest of the poor. Turns out, especially if your cutoff is 8 hectares, a lot of those farmers are in the non-poor group. So you're actually implementing a policy, a lot of it whose benefits go to a non-poor sector. So what is a policy that is better targeted? Maybe something like a 4-piece, na explicitly you're targeting it for the poor. Yung mga free health insurance for the indigent, yun, targeted din yun. Kasi kung mayaman ka, magbayad ka ng premium ng health. Pero kung pulubi ka, pwede kang ilibre, libreng PhilHealth. Those are what we call targeted policies, targeted social protection. This Free Irrigation Service Act is not targeted. So maybe later, once we iron out the kinks, we can re-examine this law, subject it to a review, and see whether the funds being allocated for FISA might be better suited for a more targeted social protection policy. That concludes this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed with the expert panel of reactors, si Yusek nakatingin na sa akin. Ready na. Anyway, let me just acknowledge for the record our new attendees. Congresswoman Micaela Villago, ma'am, from the 2nd District of Nueva Ecija. Welcome to this forum. And likewise, Congressman Manuel Cabochan from the Magdalo Party List. Sir, you're seated at the back. Welcome. We have a list of our attendees from different offices. Let me also acknowledge the different congressional staff members here present, the secretariat officials and staff, the team from PIDS are also here, Masaganang Sakahan Inc., the Office of the DA, OSEC for Operations, of course, NEDA, two of the more important offices you mentioned. Sir, NIA and NFA are here. They have heard your presentation. Our colleague before, Attorney Tamanya, is here from, yun, si ma'am. Si ma'am from the office of Senator Villar. Welcome back, ma'am. And then we have the SEPO team, si Mace, tsaka si Peter. I've seen them here. You're there, seated there. The Philippine Competition Commission team is also here. Our guest from the Business Mirror, ma'am. And then, of course, our team from Pakisama, one of the reactors. And now you're waiting for this. Because you know, after they have spoken, it will be your turn. But let them speak first. Okay? Who's first? We have two panel of experts. We have two panel of experts, one from government and another from the non-government organization. Let me start from the government. The government's reaction. Let me first introduce you, sir. I know, you're modest, but this is necessary for them to properly know you. I have been with USEC in different forums, but he's really one of the best presenters that you can get. Let me just introduce you properly. A business administration, computer engineering, and physics aficionado. He once worked in the private sector before entering public service. In fact, he was one of those behind LED outlines in buildings, in parking lights in malls, the illumination of these structures. However, the way private organizations and individuals address public sector concern has ignited his desire to provide unwavering service to the Filipino people by working with government. He previously served as Executive Director of the Philippine Council for Agriculture and the National Agriculture and Fishery Council, which ensure participatory, broad-based decision-making in agriculture and fisheries by providing quality services to private sector-led consultative councils. His present capacity as Undersecretary for Operations at the Department of Agriculture is to exercise supervision and control over the department's regional offices. He is also the overall in charge of the attached agencies, bureaus, and regulatory functions of the said department. He is also the National Project Director of the Philippine Rural Development Project, Chairperson of the DA Cold Storage Warehouse Composite Team Accreditation, and Chairman of the Benguet Agri-Pinoy Trading Center. Concurrently, he is the Chairperson of the Project Maunlad, the Agricultura Sanayon, and the head of the Sanitary and Phytosanitary Task Force Facilitation. He is also making a name, not only in the Philippines, but in the international scene, as a member of the Philippine delegations to the United Nations First Preparatory Committee meeting on marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction in the United Nations headquarters, New York, USA, 3 years ago, among others. While an engineer by profession, he's an expert on dissecting problems and possible solutions, including what we are experiencing right now, the African swine fever outbreak, which hit some parts of Luzon. Ang tawag po sa kanya ay engineer na veterinarian pa, 2-in-1. Without further ado, USEC for Operations of DA, USEC Ariel T. Kayanan, sir. Good morning.
Oh, well, I am a instant substitute to Yusek RV Vicero a while ago, about around 3 hours ago. He's supposed to be here. That's why the Toblerone or this nameplate was changed immediately. But we never had the time to discuss with the presenter. But I think he made a very comprehensive presentation, and there are some realizations here, even surprises, like the figure that he was referring, the 10 billion figure that almost coincide to the losses. But take note, he's very particular with the time element or the time essence. The framers of the law made what they call I shouldn't say not a perfect law, but a very good law. In fact, the remaining thing that the government should be doing is to implement it accordingly, and this will be via the IRR. But one thing that is substantive here is that we have to take note that not only in the RTL, not only management says that every change that you will be inputting or every change that you'll be implementing, not only sometimes, most of the times it gets worse before it becomes better. So it's not even what they call narrative, but it's actually graphical infographics that says things really get worse before they become. There's so many factors. Allow me to start first of the outlayers. The presumption or the what they call a speculation that how did we accept this? And even before it was drafted, what were the appreciations? So it was good and quite well to mention the with or without. Similarly, you could not. Though they are inseparable, but of course, it is quite note to say that they might not be material. They will not be material. First and foremost, if you look at the comparison, we keep on saying the losses that the farmers have. But let us categorize what losses is. Losses is meaning the gain income. Talaga naman pong bumaba yung gain income. But when we want to compare it with the data that is normal, not on the what they call outlier one or highly abnormal. And of course, on top of it, the situation wherein before it was crafted, during it was crafted, there are situations like needless to inform everybody that even the way on the NFA Council decides on when to import, during the time that NFA has that power or the authority to import, timing is of essence. So that when it is implemented, I'm not saying timing is so bad because there should be intervention management that happen, but it's so hard to manage something that is already here. At kung titingnan nyo po, hanggang ngayon ay meron pa pong inventaryo na na-import pa. So timing is of essence. Right now, we used to have three holders of the palay, not necessarily rice. The first one will be NFA that used to actually import and buy palay also. The second one will be the farmers. Their farmers produce for a shorter period of time. They enjoy eating their own produce. And the bigger chunk or the bigger part of the pie will be the traders. So here comes regulation. So regulation is very important when the government can influence via volume or via amount or via what they call authority, but those are some of the parameters there. The second one will be the manner on how we project price, because well, there's a recognition that DA should not only be looking at the farm or the production, but more so to pork, farm to pork. So it involves not only production, it even involves industrialization, processing, even packaging, rationing, or distribution. So that way, if you will observe, and I fully concur and agree with the presentation, that the farm gate price is relatively bigger by margin. So for instance, if the production cost that we have right now is 12 pesos, and we'll be buying it at around 19 pesos, so that if you will be intending to have a what they call realistic price, the rule of thumb tells us that it should only be multiplied by 2. But a more accurate one that was given to us by NFA, it should be 1.75. And you will be surprised, there are still 42, 45, 47. And for the imported one, for a landed cost of 20, if I'm not mistaken, and a reasonable margin of 27, some are being sold at around 32, 38, 35. So the distinction, the traceability is very important. So on top of it, when it comes to, of course, the implementation of who were affected, they are affected in different ways. There's no one size fit all solution. Like immediately when we approach or when we what we call target those who are affected, the first thing that comes out of the mind is what is the issue? The issue is those who are affected with their low farm palay costs. Tama po ang sabi, price, I'm sorry. Tama ang sabi ni Dr. Briones, hindi naman po lahat, but what was highlighted is in general. And as you could see, yung 8 pesos, 7 pesos is the reality. We will admit that sa ngayon po, with the kind of practice that we have, wala na po talagang clean and dry with the moisture content of 14%. Why? By simply using harvesters right now, hindi po katulad dati, kung gumapas ka, you settle it first dun sa pinagapasan, matutuyo ang lupa, then cleaning will happen to the tracer. Ngayon po kasi pag ginapas mo automatic, hindi na po talaga magpo-14% yun. So that the provision of the law, one of the provision of the law, which is mechanization, provides dryer. So there is always an answer. So nakakatawa po, ulitin ko na sabihin na hindi po yata naman natsamba no nagkataon, pero 10.05 and the provision for the next 6 years of 10 billion, that is close. And of course, the end benefit, not only for the farmers, but more so the non-farmers, as you could see, is favorable or pro in terms of implementation, but it will not be immediate, of course, at the end of the decade, by 2030. So it's not immediate. So at the end of the day, the premise will be, there are major 4 components of the law. The first one will be for the seeds. The second one will be for mechanization. The third one will be for training. And the last one will be for the access for credit. Irrigation was not included because there's a different law for that, the FRISA law. And of course, no matter how small the contribution in terms of cost of irrigation, we cannot deny from the fact that from where water flow, that is from where plants or crop grows. Maski pa po gaano kaliit yung contribution niya, ay hindi po tutubo yan ng walang tubig. And at this point of time, needless to also impress, that is still NIA, though we have a very good coordination with NIA, is still a distant relative of DA. Naibalik na po yung tatlo and they were given to us in a very bad timing. But yung NIA po, maganda po. Don't get me wrong, maganda po ang coordination, but coordination will be better if you have an oversight or direct supervision. Because that is from where accountability comes in. NIA is doing fairly well and good. In fact, NIA, as far as my understanding is concerned, it's more precise and surgical this time. If you will ask, where are the irrigation facilities, where they intend to invest more, they commissioned a study for UPLB. This is the National Irrigation, what they call master plan. It's a master plan that says where are they right now, what are their status and condition, and where do we want or need more. I'll jumpstart or I'll take off from Dr. Briones' statement that as time progresses, there are policies that are actually perfect during the time that they were crafted, but as time progresses, they may become challenge, if not potential problem. So that as climate change, which will be more than our lifetime this time, let us accept that there are indeed some areas that used to be good for that specific crop, not necessarily rice, but now no more that you need to diversify. But for those areas that are really intended for specific crops, let us not generalize rice, we really have to protect them. Okay. Well, of course, the common perspective is that while farming is actually our tradition, so much of our tradition were well preserved, but not all traditions are good. Like, for instance, we were used to with flood irrigation. That is why we have so many flood. Other countries already challenge us and even show some demo that says, what we call water is a very important resource, and we have to manage, and we have to really use it accordingly. I'm not even talking about traceability. I'm not even really talking about the quality of water, because eventually it will manifest to the crop. There are some drip irrigation, compensated and uncompensated, that might help us in managing water. But we still insist on those what we call practice flood irrigation. In fact, sometimes it does not even contribute to the maximum, but even contribute to the cost. As you can see, most of our irrigation, because it was written also in the law, naputol po siya dun sa irrigation. Ang nawawala po natin yung drainage and canals. Of course, when you input, you have to release it also, because there's a time that you need. And the cycle of rice, during its early stage, maturity, and the yearning period, there are levels of water, even moisture, that it only needed. And giving them so does not contribute to the actual production. I do not want to discuss more on the technicals. What we're saying here, there are moves right now. So on top of it, at the end of the day, what will help more on the what we call gainers that we've been having here is that the value adding, the diversification. Diversification means you can diversify within the crop or even outside the crop. And that is what contributes more. The entrepreneurship contributes more on the earning. So the challenge right now definitely will be the challenge as we had before, but we just have to, what we call, implement it accordingly right now. The first one will be, of course, price will only matter a lot if you could manage the production costs. Maski pa po bumaba pa po sa 14 ang presyo, kung mababa ang production cost natin, the income is still manageable. Tama po ba yun? Kaya sa pilitin po natin na mag-baseline price tayo ng 22, 23, which we considered outlier, but of course, it has an impact to the end product, which is rice. Yung bigas po, might as well we manage lowering the production cost of the palay so that the farm gate cost will be relatively normal also. And of course, when we use the current normal of 1.75 multiplier, it will not actually injure the end consumer. The other side of this will be to increase the production yield. The production yield is very important. Needless to say that so many of the what we call presentation shows that while there are some, I may mention Nueva Ecija, who've been yielding more than 6 tons per hectare. There are even some 10, 12, 17. But the larger data tells us that there are still more that are producing 1.8, 1.9 to 2 metric ton per hectare. So that our national average is just around 3.8, 3.9 to 4 metric ton per hectare. I think the seeds, so the seed component that was actually embedded in the law will help, definitely. But remember, even a horse, a thoroughbred horse, if you will be feeding it less and without the right nutrition or the practice on the way in how you feed it, it will never win in any race. So, hindi po natatapos sa distribution, of course, ng seeds natin yan. It's the practice, the complete good agricultural practice. So, mechanization should only be, of course, we should always be as effective as we want it to be. It depends on the nature, condition, and the sizes of the lot. Because it tells us commonly that economic of scale is very important, and block farming make them even more what they call effective. It has been very contentious. I'm referring to the credit facility. Most of the time, what we've been hearing is that we do not need credit. The law says provision, and provision means make it available. And in fact, making it available, one form to make it available is by loan. The other day, we have that new, the National Rice, what they call conference, empowering, of course, the farmers. And there was an agreement there that everything in this world actually is a loan. Even our life, we loan it. The farm that we actually till, we only actually loan it from our ancestor and we borrow it to our future. So loan is not a new thing here. What is important is that we're adding credence and integrity, that farmers are not only good in what they call returning their debts, but rather they are bankable. And I think Land Bank and DBP have been doing good, if not practically perfect, in orienting our farmers in this one. And what complements it will be the training component that I was saying a while ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, I could not help but actually, well, I was not prepared for that presentation, that it will be like this, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel if you'll be look at the presentation of Dr. Briones. But the President keeps on saying that it has not became DA's sole responsibility to address this enormous problem, but it has become the whole of the nation approach. Part of the missing link here will be the extension workers who will be teaching the farmers this new paradigm that we used to enjoy direct supervision and direct what they call authority. But since they are delineated and evolved already with the LGUs, the challenge will be the three C's: to coordinate, cooperate, and of course to what they call and join with them, so that the real technology, which are more in the incubation period. We have so many seeds in the bank. They are what they call site and location specific. There are even some which are actually pest resilient, drought and flood tolerant. We do not want agriculture, of course, to be dependent highly on weather. That when the yield is good, we charge it to DA, and when it is bad, we charge it to bad weather. Of course, that's the way we want to address this. We want more planning, of course, and agriculture is not uncertain. Uncertain means you do not have any data to base with. Agriculture has a lot of risks. But the answer to risk is risk management. So sana po meron tayong, I won't be mentioning the name, na pag sinabi mong may parating na mataas na intensity bagyo, tigil. Sino po kaya yon? Tigil. Actually, may kumuha pa po ng credit. Anong credit ang kinuha? Ang sabi nung isa na ganun din. Sino siya para magpatigil ng credit, ng bagyo? Or nalindol. Okay, sorry, dahil nalindol. Siya daw po ang anak ng Diyos. Ang sagot po ng isang kakompetensya niya, I never knew that I have a son or a daughter. Ay di mas supreme pa po pala siya. So we want agriculture to be more scientific, to be more technological, of course. We want sa agriculture to be actually decided based on the merit of information and data. You heard about the RSBSA, you heard about the PRISM, the what they call Philippine Rice Information System. You heard about the ASW, the AgriMet, what they call weather station, so that we want to level them up, because while we have this information, the correctness of the data is very important. So the progressive advancement and updating of this data, and timing is of essence. When we get data from the satellite, it will be every 2 weeks. It already happened, then you are now reactive. So, I think I have that impression that I've been talking more. Itong kaibigan po natin palagi sinasabi, you Undersecretary, you have only 2 eyes to observe more, you only have 2 ears to listen more, and 2 hands to work more, and only a single mouth to what they call talk when it's only essential. So, I'll be waiting for your response. If I'm not in the position to answer, I'll be answering it later. Thank you very much po.
It's always a pleasure to listen to USEC, no? Sa mga forums na na-attenda natin talagang everybody listens to him. And you get a lot of learning from USEC. But we have more. We have more reaction. This time from the non-government sector. Our guest reactor is a community organizer. By profession, he has been involved in helping set up, manage, and lead a number of social, environmental, political, economic, cultural, and professional movements and institutions, and in waging direct action campaigns in pursuit of asset reforms and good governance in the Philippines, spanning 37 years. That's quite a long time. He has been the national coordinator for the past 13 years of Pakisama, a recipient of civil society organization in 2015 of the ASEAN Rural Leadership Award and a finalist to the 2015 Global Award of the International Land Coalition. Schooled in Ateneo de Manila and the ASEAN Institute of Management, he did direct community organizing work, a community organizing supervision, project, program, organizational network, confederation management, training, consultancies involving 9 civil society organizations, led community lectures in 2 universities, joined various national, international conferences, and 2 fellowships, and of course, authored a number of articles, including a book on social entrepreneurship. Without further ado, let me introduce you to our guest, Sir Raul Socrates C. Banzuela.
Maraming salamat sa ating lahat, no? At natutuwa kami na maimbita rito sa napakahalagang pag-uusap na to. Yung aking reaction will revolve on 3 key issues na. First is the issue on accountability, the second about inclusion, and the third about farmers' empowerment. Now, the first issue on accountability, naipasok mo, ano? Mamaya yan. Okay. Let me see, baka ito yung outline. Okay, I'll first read a position paper of a broad coming together of a broad spectrum of farmers' organizations for the first time since many, many years. Medyo nagsama-sama. And I'd like to read this position paper, especially for those who have not been able to read this, and most probably most of you. So I'll be bringing here the voice of this broad spectrum. Then, again, in this position paper, basically the key issue is accountability. We have no question on the issue of the need for diversification. We're going there, but the key question is, how are we helping the farmers towards that? So I'll be working on that. Then the second issue on inclusion and empowerment will deal with some of our lessons, and we'll show you a 5-minute video on how we help transition the farmers into a more diversified farming and organic farming. And then we'll end with our proposed some ideas on key investments we may need to work on. So the idea of accountability is basically more about governance in the executive process. The idea of inclusion will deal a bit more on how we see the law, how it could be possibly improved, especially we're here at the legislative building. And the idea of empowerment, that's very much about the farmers' organization, what we can do to help them navigate into this transition. So let me start with this. This profile, this is not my profile, Facebook profile, and it's getting to be the profile of many of our friends in the Facebook community, in the civil society groups, to express that, the law may have very good intentions, but during this transition, we may need to recognize that the farmers are being squeezed. And already, even in the projections, and it's now recognized that they are, in fact, the losers. And during this transition, we may have the RCEP or all of this. We have envisioned some very good measures to help the farmers transition into the rice tariffication regime. But we know very well that our institutions are not able to cope with it, and we already recognize this. Now, let me just read this manifesto for us to have a sense of how we view these things coming up. We, the farmers and major stakeholders in the rice industry, launched this nationwide protest. We launched a nationwide protest last week, on the 20th. Where we all are, we launched our own. Our group in Mamasapano, the cooperative there, more than 100 of them had their rallies. And then we used the Facebook, social media, to let the public understand the hardships that rice farmers and other stakeholders are undergoing at present, and to express our disenchantment and frustration over the government's failure to address the crisis at hand. Rice is the country's most important staple crop. It accounts for around 20% of the gross value added of Philippine agriculture. The rice industry employs 2.5 million households, broken down into 2.1 million farmers, 110,000 workers for post-farm activities, and 320,000 for ancillary activities. Local farmers supply 90% of the rice food requirements of the population. The welfare of rice farmers and the rice industry as a whole is therefore crucial in ensuring the food security, economic growth, and political stability of the country. In March 2019, quantitative limits on rice imports were removed and replaced by tariffs by the Rice Liberalization Law, or RA 11203. The law not only tariffed rice, but also unilaterally liberalized the rice industry by removing almost all major government controls over rice imports and domestic trade. Since January 2019, more than 3 million tons of rice imports have entered the country, most of it following the enactment of RA 11203. This is more than double the import requirements of the country and has made the Philippines the virtual top-notcher in rice imports in the whole world this year. The flood of imports has resulted in the steep and continuous decline in palay prices from 23 in September pesos in September 2018 to only 50 pesos in October 2019 based on government statistics. This is equivalent to a 33% decline in prices and farm incomes. Field reports indicate that the actual situation may be much worse. With annual palay production at 19 million tons, every 1 peso decline in palay prices means taking away 19 billion pesos from the pockets of small farmers. We estimate that the total losses of farmers for 2019 alone will reach 130 billion pesos, or around 25,000 pesos per hectare. This is more than 10 times the damage wrought by Typhoon Yolanda to the agriculture sector in 2013, and is all man-made. Perhaps human-made, because there are also women involved. The severe drop in palay prices and the losses incurred by millions of rice farmers has resulted in a brewing socioeconomic and humanitarian crisis for the in the rural areas. Farmers will not be able to pay their debts and might not be able to borrow again for the next season. They will have to ask their children to stop schooling. They will not be able to feed their families or buy medicines if their children get sick. Some of them are thinking of stopping farming altogether. It is ironic that farmers were clearly better off when quantitative restrictions on imports were still in place and are now struggling just to survive because of a law that was touted to be good for them. The rice liberalization law is clearly defective and poorly crafted and will continue to wreak havoc in the lives of rice farmers and other stakeholders in the rice industry in its present form. We therefore demand the immediate suspension of the implementation of the law and the conduct of a comprehensive review of its effects on the rice industry. On the basis of this review, the law may then be amended or necessarily repealed and replaced with a better piece of legislation. In the meantime, we demand that the government immediately undertake effective measures to compensate rice farmers and stakeholders for the damages and losses they have incurred as a result of the law. In this regard, we denounce the clear unpreparedness and ineffectiveness of the government in providing contingency assistance and compensatory measures to affected sectors, particularly to small rice farmers. We also condemn the indecisiveness of the Department of Agriculture in defending the interests of farmers by inexplicably terminating its own investigation on the safeguard duties on rice imports and deferring to the decision of the economic managers in the cabinet. It is clear by now that the 35% tariff rate for ASEAN imports is too low to protect rice farmers from import surges and drastic price declines. This imposition of safeguard duties on top of the 35% tariff will be the best way to control the excessive inflow of imports and remove the glut of imported rice in the market. We demand that the DA strictly follow the Safeguard Measures Act and impose the safeguard duties on rice imports based on factual data and analysis. In addition, we call on the government to strengthen state support and intervention in the rice trade and increase the procurement capacity, drying, storage, and outreach of NFA. We demand that all affected rice farmers be adequately compensated for their actual and projected losses over successive cropping seasons and be provided by subsidies to help them cope with the increase in prices of fertilizers and other farm inputs and services. We urge the government to incentivize the formation and expansion of agricultural cooperatives and promote the transition of rice farmers to more profitable, efficient, integrated, diversified, and sustainable farming systems. We demand that Senator Cynthia Villar, the main sponsor of the rice liberalization law, to tender her courtesy resignation as chairperson of the Senate Committee on Food and Agriculture out of delicadeza, given that her family-owned real estate corporations are active in the conversion of rice lands into residential and commercial estates, which continue to undermine the country's food security and contribute to the country's rice shortage. We denounce recent attempts by the Senate Committee on Agriculture, chaired by Senator Cynthia Villar, to stifle the voice of farmers and critiques of the rice liberalization law by severely cutting the budget of the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, or PICAF, which is the official platform under the Department of Agriculture through which the agency interacts with the private sector. We express our deep concern over the dominance of the country's economic managers, particularly DOF Secretary Carlos Dominguez, NEDA Director General Ernesto Perña, and DTI Secretary Ramon Lopez in determining agricultural policy in the country, and their penchant for experimenting with the lives of farmers in order to test their economic liberalization theories on the sector. We likewise denounce their propensity to make promises and allegations based on faulty assumptions and deceptive data. We are appalled by their callousness and sensitivity to the plight of farmers by suggesting that farmers wait and suffer for 1 or 2 more years before considering any amendment of the rice liberalization law. We call on the citizens to support Filipino rice farmers by buying local rice or directly from local rice farmers through their associations or cooperatives. We call on President Rodrigo Duterte to live up to his commitment to help uplift our people from poverty and defend the millions of rice farmers and farm workers who derive their livelihood from the rice industry. Stop rice importation now, stop killing the rice industry, save our rice farmers. We call on all rice farmers and fellow Filipinos to express their anger by joining us in the National Day of Protest on November 20. This was our statement a week before the protest last Wednesday. It was signed by various leaders from Federation of Free Farmers, Leonardo Montemayor, to Kilusang Magbubukid of Pilipinas, Mariano, and then our president, former President Ireneo Celia, Katarungan, Focus, so many groups. And not only farmers groups, but also support groups. So I just would like to emphasize that. Now we're calling for accountability on this. We want compensation. That's the first point. The second point is about inclusion. When this law was passed, it was very fast. It was very fast. No? We had our proposals. They were never heard. In fact, most of us went into writing a letter to President Duterte to veto it. What was a key issue there? Even the voice of the farmers is not there in the law. No oversight. We are the ones affected by this law, but we have no seat in the decision making. In the IRR, it said, Roel said it was almost very fast also. No? So we sent also recommendations. Again, nothing was heard there. No? So voice, inclusion, and the first area in this law. If we will suspend this and review this, please include our proposals. Please listen to the farmers who you know you are squeezing out. And these are the people you want to serve. You want them to go beyond poverty, but now they are more miserable. How many of us will remain planting the staple food, this rice? Many of us are not going into that kind of work anymore. Ruel also said most rice farmers are living beyond poverty not because of rice farming, of course, perhaps because of other incomes. Because no one can be living beyond poverty with a 1 hectare monocrop rice field. We know that. We did our own research of our members. Most of them would only live at around 5,000 pesos per month. That's already the better off in 1 hectare of rice monocrop. And many of our farmers live below 1 hectare. Like 50% of our members live below 1 hectare of rice. So rice, we already knew rice cannot be the major poverty eradication mode, especially if it's a monocrop rice. We know that. And that's why when we say about inclusion, please include them also in your data, in the data sets. How many of them are really and will benefit from the RCEP? When most of them may not be members of organizations that will be given all these RCEP funds. Most of this will go through cooperatives and associations, and we know very well that most of the members do not belong to functional cooperatives organizations. Like NIA said, it has 1.1 million registered rice farmers. Of course, there are more than 1.1 million rice farmers. Our data would say around 2.5 million, to include even farm workers. So in your list, you only have 1.1 million. That's only 40% of the total. And who will benefit from the RC funds? Those who may belong to this 1.1 million. How about the 60%? How about the 60%? But they're the ones also suffering from this law. No? So inclusion in the organizations, and that's a major question. Even those who are members of Irrigators Association, main question, what are they doing? They're only dealing with irrigation issues. They're not doing anything with diversification, with increasing farmers' capacity to increase yield and then possibly market their products, and they're not about including many of their members to credit, which is a major issue, and many more. No? So this is the second issue we'd like to deal with, the issue of inclusion. Now, the third issue is about empowerment. This is where we may want to share with you a bit. No? Perhaps this can further. Now, we'd like to show you a 5-minute video if you wish. No? This is a 30-year struggle. We know already that that rice farming cannot uplift rice farmers from poverty. So already some 29 years ago, we thought, perhaps if we can have organic rice farmers, then perhaps they can do it. And we've proven it. They can go beyond poverty on organic rice. But it's a niche market. Cannot be for everybody. But there's possibility. But the more ideal is the diversification. So well, they go into integrated diversified organic farm. But let me show this video because there is a key lesson here we may generate for policy and for legislations. Please, my friend.
This 998-hectare hacienda in Bicol, the Unión Agrícola y Pecuaria del Sur de Luzon, better known as Pecuaria, was once owned by Don Severo Arroyo Tuazon. For 3 decades, the hacienda ran a farm producing mostly cattle.
Dati po, meron kang isang hektaryang kaya lang hindi amin. Pag-anin, makalimbawa makasampu. Yung pansampu ibibigay sa amin, yung siyam sa may-ari. Parang nahirapan kami noon sa pagkain. Kulang. Umpisa na kami makapagtanim, hindi na kami gano'n nahirapan.
With the redistribution of the land to 426 agrarian reform beneficiaries, support services came in from both government agencies and NGOs. The other agrarian reform beneficiaries here got 1.7 hectares of land. Most of the land they used to plant sugarcane or rice. Today, there are hundreds of farmers from Pecuaria and the neighboring towns producing organic rice and supplying the co-op's trading and marketing program. This agrarian reform community, now a successful cooperative, has become the single biggest producer of organic rice in the country today. Now, Pecuaria specializes in red rice, which it packages as healthy rice and sells in the largest supermarkets in Manila. To increase the productivity of their small farms, and the other agrarian reform beneficiaries also practice integrated farming. Organic rice in their farms, chickens, pigs, and cows grazing near their home lots, and now an even bigger income earner for some of them, contract brewing. In 2003, the co-op made its first 100,000 from organic rice trading. Then in 2004, they made their first million. With the growing demand for organic food, the trading and marketing of organic rice has become very lucrative for this agrarian reform community. It has not been an easy journey for the other farmers in Pecuaria. It took them years of struggle and many lessons learned to become one of the most successful agrarian reform community in the country. But what a difference it has made in the farmers' lives and their families.
Dito na kami nakakwentong tricycle. May pantrabaho kami sa bukid, ang traktor. Tapos mayroon na kaming tracer, pumba sa patubig, irrigation pump. na kami naman problema ng pagkain. Kahit kaunti, nakaraos na kami. Dakulo lang kaginawa namin sa ngayon.
Yun, yung panganay namin, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in Animal Science. So yung pangalawa, nagtapos siya ng animation.
Okay, now let me just say a couple of words. Now, first, that perhaps this law is the most disruptive law that would have happened to the rice farmers, and this disruption may not necessarily be at all that bad, because this will force them to really think of more valuable products or crops or agriculture system. Anyway, planting rice, especially white rice, is planting diabetes in most of our Filipino citizens. Now that, anyway, and it also it contributes a lot to climate change, and anyway, but it does not mean that we need to let them suffer. Our issue is really transition, and how do we get them to cope, and to ensure that the law will really achieve the objectives of getting the rice farmers out of poverty. And so that's the key issue we'd like to have in the rice tariff. That's why an amendment may really be necessary at the very least. Okay, then the second thing, can we just go back to this? Let me just mention that there are three capacities. Now, if we want to get the farmers to be included more, we need to build the capacities of the agri-co-op so that they're able to reach to as many farmers possible. But these capacities may need to have these three kinds of interventions. First, how do we help rice farmers, cooperatives, to become professional in managing their organizations? So organizational strengthening is very important. Need continuous membership education, and then getting very good members of the board, and for them to hire the best managers and staff, so they can really grow and then reach to as many farmers as possible. And not only on rice, but also to diversify. The second area is for the cooperatives to have the capacity to provide what we call full or complete value chain services to members, from seeds, fertilizers, to processing, marketing. Everything the farmers need so that their business will grow and become profitable, the cooperative provides. Then the third capacity, because cooperatives cannot have all those capacities if they don't partner. So the importance for the cooperatives to build the capacity to partner with government and access government programs and services, and also civil society and private businesses. So that's now this cooperative, this kind of full value chain, they were able to do it, and that's the whole reason why they went beyond poverty. So it's all there already. We knew this. It's all in the law, but we need the cooperative to have this capacity to really do it. So, like especially market, they were able to penetrate 800 outlets already for rice. So they're viable, but we need more co-ops to be able to do this. A very strong marketing program. Then the second element is about an enabling environment. And we talk about the importance of civil society, continuous improvement of the laws, and how do we get the existing laws who are already favorable to farmers really get implemented and implemented well. And and of course, good governance. We understand the importance of civil society. So don't get us wrong when we stage rallies here. You need us. You need public pressure to get better laws. We are all products of public pressure. 86 People Power Revolution, 2001. Carper is a product of all these pressures. We all work together, and we have better laws because of this. No? So, and we just ask you, please give us better governors or secretaries or people who should run the government. No? So these are all good laws. Please. Our key lesson, there are two major elements over also the past 33 years of our Confederation. Two elements we really need to work on. It's like a formula now to us. We want to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We may need to invest more on the institution of the people, of the farmers themselves. How do we grow cooperatives? Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, almost all members of farmers are members of strong cooperatives. And that's where the government partner with them and deliver their services in a sustainable way. So the cooperatives, C is cooperatives, E is enabling environment. If we have two very strong cooperatives in the country, and everyone is a member, 2.5 million rice farmers, 11 million in the whole agri-fishery forestry labor force, all members of agri-co-ops, just like Vietnam. They have 11 million members in the Vietnam Farmers Union, and the government partners with VNFU and then deliver the services through this organization. That's our last point. Empowerment. Perhaps we need to empower them more so they deliver the service they need. And if you do that, then we partner, then we're able to overcome various vulnerabilities, including vested interests at play. And then that's our formula. So the key investments we feel are needed. One, perhaps we need to build more, in building capacity, we need to deploy more agri-co-ops organizers now. These are professionals we can help grow. Now, you could just imagine every district to have a very powerful agri-cooperative that can reach out to 5,000, 10,000, or 20,000 farmers, fishers, run by professional management, and governed by professionals also. The farmers will be very happy. They don't need to be the ones managing, but their sons and daughters already graduated and we've sent to professional management schools can take care of growing the businesses. We have already agri-co-ops who are billionaires. You know about Sorosoro Ibaba Development Cooperative, you have Lamak. They are billionaire agri-cooperatives. They have 1,000 employees, professional scientists, and reaching out to 30,000 in SIDC, 100,000 in Lamak, in Cebu. They are now formed into an agri-co-op federation, Philippine Agri-Fishery Forestry Cooperatives, Family Farmers Federation. So it's there. They can be part of, government can partner with them, or they can partner with you, and they can help deliver and broaden the services of government. So, but we need more agri-co-op organizers and facility professionals, and we need to institutionalize our partnerships. And finally, this one may need to a second look. Recently, we had a business feasibility plan we are now organizing at the provincial level all the rice cooperatives, and they will supply the needs of the consumer cooperatives. No? So there are 14 million people already involved in the 26,000 cooperatives in the country. So we want inter-cooperative links, the consumer and the we need help there. No? And if we can set up one province-level rice co-op hub in 58 provinces, rice-producing provinces, perhaps we can help a bit. And then this formula, build the capacity. Agri-co-op can possibly provide the role of managing the hubs. And then I agree with you. It's a whole nation approach. We need to work on this together and build strong partnerships among various shareholders. What we'd like to see, again, finally, we want to have greater accountability. We need to have more inclusion. And then, of course, please consider farmers' empowerment as key to the two above. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Without doubt, our reactor came prepared with his own action agenda. Thank you, sir. And now it's time for you, for the audience, to have a voice. Wait, sir. Before I call on also, Ma'am Rhea, Congresswoman Rhea Vergara will jumpstart the Q&A portion. Sir, I follow with you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I come from the 3rd District of Nueva Ecija, the rice granary of the Philippines. And this law, which I initially thought would be good because I've attended so many budget hearings and the Department of Agriculture always gets the lowest budget. And when I saw that this law will give the rice farmer, not sugar farmers, just rice farmer, 10 billion a year to improve their livelihood, I said, how can this law be bad? And so I fully supported it. However, if we go back to 2018, one of the reasons this law was fast-tracked was because of the increasing retail price of rice, because of the smugglers and the hoarders and the middlemen, and even corrupt government officials. And in the slide of Dr. Briones, you just mentioned it in passing that we should investigate the state of competition in rice marketing and diligently enforce competition policy in the rice industry. I think we cannot stress enough that this is the reason for the failure of the rice tariffication law. Our inability to address this middlemen who hoard and who control the price of rice. And now with the NFA no longer there to provide the base rate for retail for rice, it's a free market. And so even if you have importers coming in at landing it at 22 and there's no base rate of 27, they'll sell at 32. So that's one of my suggestions. I think government has to play a key role to stabilize the price. You said, Kayanan, you said things get worse and worse before they get better. We have the EPIRA law, which was passed 18 years ago that promised lower power rates. 18 years after, our power rates are still the highest. Things don't get worse and worse till they get better. Sometimes they just get worse and worse and worse, and that's the end of it. And I worry that this rice tariffication law will go the same way of EPIRA. What happened to EPIRA? We sold all our generation facilities to private investors. Government can no longer build generating plants. And so what happens? The market dictates. They band together these big generating companies and say, we want this margin, we'll all sell at this rate. The most expensive cost of power is no power. We cannot go hungry as a nation. Even before the rice tariffication law became a law in my province, no one wanted to go into farming anymore. Most of the farmers I shake hands with are in their 50s to late 80s, 70. I rarely meet a farmer who's 22, 23. What do? They become teachers, they go abroad, They become policemen. And Sir Banzuela, you know, the 5-minute slide, we have a lot of Belens in our province. They just stay there. We call them baruks. They're farm workers who till the land, and if there's a typhoon, then they don't get their 10% share. So, kahit isang tuka, minsan wala. And umiikot ako, nakakalungkot, ay may bigas, pero anong pang-ulam nila? Lucky Me? Minsan, asin? Mahirap talaga. So, I'm at a loss because unless we address the problem of this middleman and these hoarders, if we can address that immediately, the farmers will feel relief. If government, like the president, I hear the president keep saying, even if government buys at a loss, we have to ensure peace and order. Why is that? If we don't address this problem, I've said it over and over again, this will become the seeds for terrorism to enter our country. These well-funded terrorist organizations who have money, who can provide basic needs to these farmers, even if they don't believe in their ideology. Because they say, well, you know, binibigyan kami ng pera panggamot, nakakapag-aral ang aming mga anak, hindi na namin iisipin yung pagsasaka dahil meron man nagbibigay sa amin ng 20,000 per month. Ang kailangan lang namin gawin, protect, you know, tulungan sila. This is the starting grounds for terrorists to come in because government is not responding to the main concern of the most important profession in our country, the rice farmers. They've been neglected. And I'm really sorry, Mr. Yusek Kayanan, I don't believe in what you say na things get worse before they get better. You say in 5 years, long term, this rice tariffication law will start benefiting everybody. But what if in 5 years there are no more farmers? Our food security is at risk. And 5 years is too long. It's too long to wait. They're hurting now. We need to do something now. Repealing the law is not an option. We signed that GATT in 1995, and as a member of WTO, we need to open, you know, our country to imported rice. Otherwise, it hurts the other industries. So I'm aware of that. But I guess so. My first question is really, what is the Department of Agriculture doing to hoarders and smugglers and people who manipulate the price of rice to the disadvantage of the Filipino people?
First and foremost, I want to beg for an apology for being misquoted. What I just mentioned is a theory, and categorically I stated that things sometimes, not all the time, get worse than before they become better, not worse and worse and worse. There is a collateral.
No, sir, I was the one that said that.
Yes, ma'am. So,
That
sorry, ma'am.
things can get worse and worse and worse.
That is right.
Not
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am. And the second one will be that actually I only quoted the presentation that showed a while ago that this one fits because it has a time frame of that. Of course, with the catalytic effect that both of us will be doing, it might be shortened if that is the case. But of course, we do not want to get worse, Madam Congressman, of course. For the question wherein what is the government doing for the hoarders, for those who are actually doing profiteering for that matter, number one, it doesn't apply only to rice. We go to the actual market, the suggested retail price, wherein there is a general rule that says the baseline price will be the farm gate price. And from the market farm gate price, there's a fishbone analysis wherein you will compute what is the reasonable amount of margin that should be imputed. So that when it comes to the SRP, you could dictate the difference between abusers and followers. The moment na po nakita po, meron po tayong bantay presyong tinatawag together with DTI, and agribusiness have been doing this price price function also. Pag may nakita po tayong nag-deviate, there's actually a ceiling and floor, 10% deviation. we wrote to them na, or we informed them to give us a letter of explanation because there are some other what they call events or there are some other what they call activity that may bakit bigla pong nag-spike. Halimbawa po, nagkaroon ng calamity. Pero kung wala naman, the letter of explanation is a basis for us to actually case build up. And that case build up will be actually filed or given to the proper authority, a Department of Justice, for them to file the case, madam.
So, I don't think you answered really my question. My question is, what is the DA doing to smugglers, to people who manipulate the price of rice, the hoarders? I'm not talking about the suggested retail price in the palengke, but to these people who are smuggling. I mean, this is economic sabotage. So what is that under even the Department of Agriculture?
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for a more accurate question. Number one, ma'am, ang function po ng DA is issuance of sanitary, as mentioned by the law, it was even mentioned in the law, is the issuance of sanitary and phytosanitary import clearance. It's not a permit, it's a clearance for you to gain market access. And market access means to allow to load from the country of origin and at the same time to the border inspection to see that they are complied and will be distributed to the market. Pag po nag-smuggle na po sila, there are three kinds of smuggling. Number one is undervaluing. The other one is misdeclaration. Hindi po sinasabi yung act. Halimbawa, sinasabi ubas, pero ang laman po pala niya onion, something like that. And the last one is totally wala pong papel. So either ways po, kapag po ganun ang kanyang what they call kaanyuhan or kalagayan, ay hindi po dadaan sa border po ng DA. So we are just working in coordination with Customs regarding this matter because Customs is supreme over the what they call port, seaport and airport. Marami po na mga through intelligence, ma'am. Sometimes there are intelligence report that says merong ganitong paparating or what, we act on them together. As you could see, recently po, let's go out of the rice, may mga nahuli po na commodity like Chinese product na ang laman po ay mga derivatives na mga pork product which we are not allowed, na hindi natin na-allow pumasok dito, pero ang declaration po ibang commodity. There are some also wherein mansayas ang tawag doon, mansanas po pero ang laman po ay sibuyas. Kaya lang po, pag po smuggled po siya talaga totally at wala kami information, so we actually rely on the information coming from Customs.
So in short, the DA is blind. Just as the Bureau of Customs can't control the entry of drugs, you also cannot, I mean, they can, the more they can't, control the entry of smuggled rice, which is affecting the, this rice tariffication law. I mean, that's basically your answer for the smuggled. My last question is about the NIA, the National Irrigation. And your study is right. Most of the farmers in my district say, we don't mind paying. What they only want from government is to build the structures. And for them, kasi, the fees for irrigation, paying it is a discipline. It teaches them to keep the irrigation waste clean, and so that the mga magkakatabi, as a cooperative, they work together. So they don't mind paying, but the structures, they'd like the government to work on them faster, to get them in place. Climate change is happening, and so I'd like to see the DA encourage farmers to use hybrid seeds that are not so dependent on water, or even the ones that are resistant to flooding. So I think if you can do that, then it would be a big help. But really, we have to find a way for government to come in to set a base rate for rice. That way, if an importer comes in with 20 pesos and he sees the government selling at 27, then he'll sell at 25. So you buy from the farmers palay at 19 pesos. Oh, and the corruption in NFA. There are corrupt government officials who collude with this middleman. A farmer, a cooperative, they go to NFA, and then they will be denied. And then the next day, the middleman buys it from them for 10 pesos, and the middleman goes to NFA, and the NFA employee and him, they split the 9 peso spread. So you have to clean up your organization from these corrupt individuals who take advantage of the people who need the help the most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Congressman Kuwan. Citizen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congresswoman Rhea is really faster on the draw. Uh, I had wanted to ask similar question. Anyway, I think the briefing today had been very informative, I think, to many of us, especially the presentation of Dr. Briones and, of course, the others. I think one thing that has become clear is that the intention of rice tariffication law is primarily to address the issue of consumer of rice. And of course, this is part of our commitment to the WTO that over time we should really open up. But what has happened is that while we have addressed the concerns of consumer, we also have created problems for our farmers. And according to the studies, by and large, the benefit to the nation is much greater than the loss that the farmers are suffering. While this is true, I would think that the studies may not have included also in it the quantification of the political problem. Because problem of food security, problem of discontent among farmers, these are political problems that we cannot really quantify. So I think over the long term, we need also to put that into the equation. Now, I decided to attend this hearing hoping that today, after hearing the presentation, we would be now equipped to address a very important clamor, a clamor from the farming sector, represented no less by the Honorable Rhea. And I think the gripes are legitimate. So maybe on a more positive side, we may have to look at how do we improve the situation now. I think basically we have addressed one of the major problems. The problem, number one, problem of inflexibility of government to react to rising prices of rice. Under our previous regime, importation is monopolized by the NFA. And government is a poor reactor to crisis. I think that is the one that is solved by this tariffication. Opening up importation addresses that problem, but without any other safeguards, we assume that prices will be dictated by the forces of market, forces of supply and demand. But as pointed out by Rhea, this seems to be not happening because while prices of imported rice has, while prices of prices of palay has gone down, the retail price has not proportionately decreased as well. So we have a market where you do not find real free competition, where prices are determined by the law of supply and demand. Somehow, supplies come in, but prices do not react. So I think that's a valid point. And so the question I would like to ask from our panelists is, if you were asked to for a suggestion, while we have somehow reduced prices of rice to consumers, it has not really gone down enough. So what legislation do we need to do? Secondly, if our farmers have not reached the point of competitiveness, because at the end of the day, the long-term solution to this is to make our farmers competitive. As what Ariel had said, at the end of the day, we will have no problem if our cost of production competes with that of the imported. But unfortunately, we are double the cost. So it will take a long while before that happens. And the solution that we are putting into it is by way of high tariff. But the problem with high tariff is that we have a very loose boundary. We cannot control our customs, and supplies keep on coming. So even if you put up 200% tariff, at the end of the day, when they get into the country without sufficient control, that 200 becomes only 10%. So we are faced with these realities. So with this reality, the next question is, do you suggest that we legislate some kind of mechanism for price stabilization? And I think that's also the point of Ria. Do you suggest a mechanism for price stabilization? We have anyway addressed the problem of flexibility of importation by allowing free importation. But unfortunately, with complete, how do you say that? The control, kawawa naman yung mga magsasaka. So, thirdly, is it possible under the WTO regime, because price stabilization would require us putting a huge fund to buy and sell, buy high and sell low. That will require very huge amount of money. To me, another way of controlling it is to control the importation as well. It will not going to be fully liberalized, but we will allow private sector to import, but there is a limit to importation. It's not going to be free for all importation without limits. The only mechanism that we have is tariff. The tariff is something we cannot control because of our problems with our customs. So we are faced with these realities. So I think we have good researchers with us. They have done a good presentation today, and I'd like to commend all of them. Maybe they will have a way also of trying to research on this, on how these three questions can be answered. So that's it, Mr. MC. Can we listen to a reaction?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. Those were very interesting points, no? Just to reinforce the provisions of the law, it actually rules out putting restrictions on importation. So because that was the status quo. So inalis yun, so free na talaga. Only we can apply tariffs. And then actually, there's a legitimate option. Tinatanggap naman ng WTO yung safeguards levy. So that could actually potentially double tariffs for a limited amount of time, no? Plus, the restriction on imports will always, any regime you put, tariffs, restriction on, any regime you put will always be vulnerable to smuggling. Because precisely smuggling is illegal activity. If you're applying legal measures, you obviously cannot address illegal activity. You'll have to do law enforcement, better law enforcement. So that's the simple answer to that. Now, I think pati si Congressman, si Representative Rhea also pointed this out quite emphatically na may mga potential competition issues kung bakit mabagal yung pagbaba. Hindi naman actually bumababa naman talaga. Pero kung ikaw compare mo sa pagbagsak ng palay, mabagal yung pagbagsak. So, ito yung sinasabi natin, maaring yung mga initial batch of importers, if you look at the entire value chain nila from imports to retail, parang may bottleneck somewhere na hindi ganun kabilis yung pagbaba. I have the idea that if we allow continued free importation, new entry into importation will look at the profit opportunity. Aba, mura pa rin mag-angkat. And if after I comply with all this, require SPS and I pay my taxes, maaari ko pang makuha yung market share ng mga mataas mag-charge ngayon. And then ako na lang, sa akin na lang pupunta yung lilipat yung mga customer at that will itself continue to drive down the price. This is not just economic theory. Actually, many entrepreneurs are actually doing this as long as they can be assured of a stable business environment. The last thing we want to do is scare off yung mga potential importers na, actually, babawiin namin yung policy. In the middle of your transaction, biglang ini-safeguard levy mo. In the middle of your transaction, sinabihan mo, ay, bawal palang magpasok ng bigas kasi harvest time na. So, pagka ganun ang business climate, that's not conducive to new. Ang makikinabang lang yung mga nauna na magpasok ng imports. Baka nga, you're giving them a chance to keep their prices high by prohibiting future importers from undercutting them. So, sila pa nanalo. It's sad to say, that's what I'm seeing with all of discussion na pwede pang bawiin or i-modify yung provisions ng RA 11203.
Those are two valid concerns that needs to be addressed. Number one is the issue of, it should be a balance of both, the compensating factor of both, the competitiveness. If our farmers are competitive, even there's no barrier in importation, if they are competitive, at the end of the day, it's a business decision. Are they gonna earn? I'm referring to the importers. If it's quite low, I'm referring to the price of palay here. So competitiveness calls more of operational. Number one, the practice. It was mentioned a while ago by Congresswoman Reyes that there are a lot of what we call seeds that may be used that are more productive, not only productive, resilient also. And if non-usage of this one may contribute losses And these losses are part of our increase in production costs. The other side of it will be the practice in terms of what we call non-usage of information like the soil suitability, fertility, mapping. We keep on using the rule of thumb that for every hectare, we need at least 4 urea and 4 triple 14 or complete. But at the end of the day, when you test, sobra-sobra na po pala linagay or hindi na rin essential. It's not even benefiting. So it adds costs. So the competitiveness can be a major concern here so that if we could lower the production cost, increase the yield, then importers will be having more challenge in deciding whether they import or not, because at the end of the day, businessmen will be relying on their business decision if it is profitable. The other side of it, I fully agree to Congressman Junico by simply saying there are measures. The two measures will be the tariff measure, which is the what they call 35% imposed to the ASEAN member state. And for the non-ASEAN member state, plus MAB, 350,000 metric ton, 40%. And in fact, there is a outbound rate up to 190, and in between that you could use an applied rate. It depends of whether you're gonna use the special safeguard duty or the general safeguard duty.
Anyway, I think I understand the explanation very well.
And the other side of it, kung yung pong non-tariff measure, which we are doing right now. What is this non-tariff measure? Not the non-tariff barrier, because that is actionable. The non-tariff measure calls for stricter implementation of acceptable sanitary and phytosanitary inspection. Like for instance, the maximum residue level, we have to not only look on the finished product that they'll be exporting here. We have to look on the manner on how did they actually plant, process, and the implements and the inputs. That makes it even more stricter.
Okay.
The pest risk analysis is another one. Anyway,
the point is, what you're trying to say is that volume can be controlled that way. I think I should agree with his explanation that at the end of the day, if we really have problem with smuggling, whatever you do, whether it's by quantity restriction or by tariff, you will still end up the same. So there is another question that I ask. The other question that I ask is, do you see the need to provide for some kind of stabilization during this period where we are adjusting, when the farmers have not really reached competitiveness? Do you see the need for that?
If I may, Congressman Koa, I think you already mentioned the disadvantage a while ago when you said the cost is very high. So my study actually doesn't address yung issue of price stabilization, whether or not it's a good policy. But before we go into that, again, we should be aware that past schemes natin, like the Oil Price Stabilization Fund, that was very costly, and eventually it had to let it go, no? So this is not ruled out. This policy is not ruled out by the study that I undertook, but again, that requires another study.
So maybe that's a study that the DA should commission them to do. So whether it is worthwhile, or is it possible that some kind of stabilization program, at least in the short term, be undertaken. Otherwise, government will be perceived not doing anything to the plight of the farmers. So that's it. I don't know whether that is practical or possible.
We very much welcome the proposal coming from the House, wherein there are different what they call joint amendments from the budget, wherein institutional buyers will be connected to the what they call farmers. The other one is a proposal for the unconditional transfer for those badly affected that we will be doing also as proposed by the House. But I think if there is something that we really have to look out at, and this is actually a very saddening reality, tama po si Kong Reyes, marami po ang mga nakasuhan pero wala pa pong nako-convict o nasisintensyahan. That we fully agree. And as and when, kung magkakaroon man, compensated po ba or yung penalty tama po ba so that they will not be doing for that matter or repeating it again? So maybe that is the what we call legislation or policy thing that we need to review so that the purpose of having that penalty will really last on their part na hindi na po talaga maulit at kung magkakaroon ng ma-convict.
May I ask a few questions? This is supposed to be knowledge sharing forum, right? It turned out to be courage sharing. Medyo nakakatakot po yung mga statistics na pinresente niyo, especially the ones that says over the next decade, yung losses ng farmers parang 10 billion. From the beginning, palaging sa hearing namin sa mga budget, palaging negative ang projection sa share ng agriculture in the entire economy. Minsan lang yatang tumaas 2% pa pero hindi pa adjusted sa inflation. Parang ang nakikita ko sa agriculture kasi is a bleak scenario. Is it really possible that the Filipino farmer can compete with the other farmers in Asia? Because I read somewhere that the farmers, for example, of Vietnam and Thailand and even Cambodia had natural advantage like the very fertile Mekong Delta. Kahit hindi sila maglagay ng fertilizer doon. Kaya nga sinasabi nila, the production cost per kilo of palay produced in the other countries, neighboring countries, is about 6 pesos to 8 pesos per kilo. If you compare that with the poor Filipino farmer, 12 pesos yata, talagang hindi siya makakapag-compete kahit anong gawin niya. Much less even with the support of the government kung talagang nandoon. Kaya yung tanong natin, bakit pinipilit nating makipag-compete talaga kung hindi naman natin kaya? Hindi ba? I'd like to see, for example, the DA computing, ilang bigas ba o ilang kanin ba yung nakakain ng isang Pilipino? Do we have a data? Kasi I'm not really very comfortable with the data I saw in the presentation because it was admitted that it's some limitations. Hindi nga rin natin alam, galing pala sa PSA yung mga ibang yung ibang data. Ang sabi natin, wala tayong mga short-term data kasi delikado. So if that is the assumption, paano pati yung mga long-term data, how come they can be reliable? Siguro ang pinaka-reliable, kung makompute natin, ilan ba yung consumption ng bawat Pilipino, Yusek Kayanan?
Yes, we have what we call per capita consumption not only
Yes,
for
how
rice.
many kabans?
114 kilogram per kilo per Filipino po.
So that's about 1.5 kabans per Pilipino?
Yes, sir. Approximately, sir. Yes, sir.
Palagay mo, 108 million Filipinos tayo. Alisin mo yung mga sanggol. Hindi pa kumakain ng bigas yan, ng kanin. Yung sabaw ng kanin ang kinakain yan. Yung mga ibang Pilipino sa Cebu, kumakain ng mais. Yung iba naman, pinagsasama yung mais at saka yung bigas. Yung sa bandang Mindanao, kasaba lang ata ang kinakain. So ano yung net? Do you have statistics? For example, in 1 year, ilan talaga yung consumption natin?
Sir, yun nga po yung per capita consumption natin, disaggregating the other factors.
140 kilos per annum.
14, sir. 114.
Ano?
114.
O 114.
Yes, sir.
I-multiply mo sa dami natin na kumakain ng bigas, how much is that per annum?
Ang ating pong kailangan na bigas ay around 12-point-something million metric ton or 20 million metric ton ng palay po for the recovery.
So, ang pinag-uusapan natin kung bigas na how many metric tons?
Mga 13 million po to be safe, sir. 12.5 to 13 million metric ton.
So, 13 million metric tons. Ilan naman ang napuproduce ng farmers natin domestically?
We've been producing 92% of that what they call consumption.
92% na po-produce natin. E di 10% na lang dapat ang importahan natin, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Hindi ko kasi maintindihan kung bakit kailangan nating napakadali kasing kwentahin. If we can produce 90% of the national consumption, so yung difference na lang, 10% lang pa lang hindi natin may produce, yun na lang ang katin natin, hindi ba? Ganun lang kasimple. Bakit pa natin kasi isipin na makipag-compete? Hindi na. Pinag-uusapan po nila the difference between food security and food sufficiency. Ang sabi nila, food sufficiency is the ability to produce what we consume.
Yes, sir.
So kung marami tayong napoproduce, so meron tayong food sufficiency. Bakit po yung Singapore? Wala naman siyang agriculture, 'di ba? Pero ang Singapore, hindi lang food sufficiency ang sa kanya eh. Yung food security ng Singapore, I think it's number 1 in Asia, if not in the world. Ang Japan din, wala rin naman silang umunti yung kanilang farmlands because of industry.
You're precisely
But
right.
because they are able to increase the productivity of their farmers, I think they are number 12 in the world with that of Italy. Bakit 10% lang pala hindi napoproduce ng ating bansa? 10% lang pala ang kakulangan natin. Why are we suffering?
Honorable Congressman, the question on why we have to compete, because precisely even if you produce more and yet it is very expensive, at the end of the day, the price factor will matter, somebody will import.
That's the essence of the question. Why do we still have to compete when we cannot really compete? Kasi may advantage sila eh.
We can.
Ang kailangan lang naman natin is 10%. Because 90% of our national need, we can produce.
In fact, sir,
ang konti na lang pala eh.
In fact, sir, the policy of the government right now is not gearing towards sufficiency. It only addresses a certain sense of security for so many reasons. Number one, the most commonly used climate change. If we are affected, other countries are also affected. So that for those who will be dependent with as our net importation source, the moment na apektuhan po sila, magkakaproblema tayo. 2008, 2009, nangyari po yan. At alam po natin na pag hindi sila nakapag-produce, may problema tayo. The other thing will be the policy shift of the other government. You mentioned Vietnam a while ago. While Vietnam is a primary producer here in the ASEAN member state, they also shifted some of their policy because of the salination intrusion. A substantive amount of the hundreds of thousands of hectares, they ship it to coffee already or coconut, which will be beneficial when then salination intrusion will happen. So may mga consideration po kasi. And sometimes we look at the equation as linear or algebraic. Pero marami po siyang integral tsaka differential that we may wish to consider also.
Hindi po kasi pinag-uusapan lang muna natin yung rice lang. We started with talking about the principal staple of this country. I think this is the most important political product. So huwag na natin pag-usapan muna yung mga iba sapagkat hindi naman kasali yun sa usapin natin. Ang pinag-uusapan natin is the principal staple, yung rice lang. Ngayon sinasabi natin, 90% pala kaya nating i-produce. Ang problema lang natin is 10%. Bakit naman tayo nagkaganon-ganon? Ito yung problema. Thank you.
If I may, kasi sa batas po yung 11203, business decision na po, pinaubayan na sa private sector. So the private sector gagawa siya ng sariling kalkulasyon. Ito yung presyo sa labas pag inangkat ko. Pag pinasok ko dito, I can sell it at this price. I do a calculation, uy, kikita ako doon. Papasok ko. Hindi na ako pinagbabawalan ng gobyerno na, uy, 10% lang ang kailangan. Hanggang dito ka na lang. Precisely yung batas sinabi, wala nang ganung ceiling. So basta mag-comply ka sa SPS, malinis yung bigas mo, hindi ka nagdadala ng mga peste, walang arsenic, all of these various, alam, BPI has done its homework. Tapos sabi ng customs, ito ang taripa niyan. Nagbayad ka ng customs duty. Yun. And then you can bring in 10 million tons. Pero cargo mo na yon kung hindi mo mabenta, di ba? If demand lang pala inside the Philippines is about 12.6 million tons, ba't kan mag-import ng 10 million tons? So, this has been delegated to the private sector as a commercial business decision. Kasi nga, na it was pointed out earlier, medyo nung previous regime, we revealed that government is not businessman. Pagka nangangailangan ng import, medyo sablay yung pagpasok for whatever reason or another. So ngayon, pinaubayan na natin, ang bilis nga naman talaga. So it's really, really fast. It addressed the problem of acceleration and speed very, very well. We're looking at other kinds of other repercussions na pwede naman i-address because of, say, competition policy. I was pleased to hear na nandito daw yung PCC, pero I will not ask them to comment because I'm very sure they're very tight-lipped about any actions they're doing now in case they'll have to file cases later. They don't want to be accused of sub judice or something.
Okay na po. Can I have another question? Sir, baka may reaction ka pa doon in relation to that. If not, I will go ahead with the question.
Well, doon. Yung issue ho kasi nung bakit 10% lang pala kailangan natin. Sa totoo, yung food self-sufficiency, rice self-sufficiency in particular, kayang-kaya naman kung i-improve lang talaga yung maraming bagay, no? Yung post-harvest losses, irrigation, credit, kayang-kaya ho natin maging rice self-sufficient. Kaya lang kasama tayo sa WTO. No? At silang nagpupush nitong QR. Tapos yung sinasabi natin na 10% lang pala ang kailangan under a QR regime. Ngayon, pag nandito na tayo sa rice liberalization law, sa panahon na yan, hindi na lang ho yan magiging 10%. Baka ho 20-30% na ang, and which in a matter of few months, nag-3 million yung ating imports from less than 1 million metric tons. So magta-triple ho yan. At, don't know, and depende yan. So it's also a political question. I mean, yung mga farmers natin, feeling na talagang we are being deprived, ayaw naman nila pala sa atin bilang rice farmers. We're being squeezed, we're being sacrificed in the altar of low price para sa consumers, then might as well not plant rice anymore. So it may even decrease to 50% or at magtatanim. In fact, ito na yung naririnig natin sa mga miyembro namin mismo. Magtatanim na lang kami ng bigas para sa amin. And that's what they're actually doing. They're not selling rice. They're now just putting the rice, yung palay nila, ipapa-mill nila after some time, kailangan na nila. Food security. And then they're now they're now diversifying. And yung isang plus lang dito, just an additional point, marami dati ayaw ng organic farming. Pero ito yung mga na-save dito sa rice tariffication law. Those who are engaged in organic rice farming, sila yung na-save. At marami sa mga miyembro namin na organic rice co-ops, sabi nila, dumarami ang applicants nila. Dati pinagtatawanan sila kasi mataas naman ang presyo ng conventional rice. Ngayon, dumarami ang nag-a-apply at gustong matuto ng organic rice farming at mag-diversify. So they're interested in the trust of the Department of Agriculture sa diversification. And isang information din lang, mga kasama namin na rice farmers sa Vietnam, because we are part of the Asian Farmers Association, they also felt squeezed yung mga rice farmers nila at 6.80 pesos per kilo ng palay nila. Totoo naman, less than half na. Pero aping-api rin sila. At may trend din sa Vietnam ngayon, which is our number one exporter. Patungo na sila sa mga high-value crops. They're now diversifying. Ang takot talaga natin dyan, ina-assume natin na laging mayroong rice sa international market. It may not be for long. because they have a very long-term plan, 5-10 years. They're now planting fruit trees, high-value crops, transforming the rice fields. And then yung mga rice farmers, they're also so organized, and they're saying, hey, hindi pwedeng ganito to na naghihirap kami in favor sa consumer. No? So, plus climate change. So, sa amin, food self-sufficiency, rice self-sufficiency is still something we may need to. Kasi kaya natin. Singapore cannot. Pero kaya natin eh. Why should we not do it? Yun lang, ibaba natin ng gusto yung production cost para yung ating domestic consumers can afford. No?
So if I may proceed with my question. Thank you. Let me start. I have 3 points of concern. Let me start with the free irrigation because nandito na tayo lahat na questions rice tariffication eh. So let me start with the free irrigation. May I ask if what percentage are we in the implementation of our free irrigation to the province level?
Ma'am, as far as I know from NIA, 100% na full blast na sila ngayon sa implementation ng free irrigation.
100%. Yung sa supposedly po, 'di ba? Supposedly kasi on the grassroots parang hindi. If I may ask, the canals that we are doing, yung sa canal natin, is it earth canal or the concrete canal? What kind of canals yung nasa dapat natin na ibigay sa ating mga irrigators?
For that, may I defer to NIA for the exact figures, sir?
Yun pong canals that we are transferring to our Irrigators Association, pareho po, earth canal at saka line canal.
Yung sa, anong tawag natin yung sa concrete? Anong tawag yan?
Line canal po, concrete line canal.
So, with that 100%, how many percentage is for the earth canal and the line canal?
Yung latest na data po namin is 24,000 kilometers yung total. About 60% po nun ay unlined o yung earth canal.
Pero what is our main goal po natin for the irrigators? What kind of canal yung main goal natin?
Kasi po we consider cost din eh. It's very costly to construct concrete line canal. So, siyempre, yung pong mga earth canals that will permit yung good flow of water, they remain as earth canal. But those that are loose earth, talagang we provide concrete line. So, it will become stable.
Kasi po, ganito po yun yung nangyayari sa undergrounds eh. With the earth canal, especially if we are on yung sa El Nino, wala talagang tubig. Di ba? Yes. If yung line canal natin, yung concrete naman, mas in a way, kahit mag-El Nino tayo, may flow yung water. That's right. So sana naman po, with that percentage that you are giving, sana less siguro yung sa earth, mas maramihan natin sa sa concrete. Kasi ang dami-daming nangangailangan ng concrete yung line canal natin. Okay. Most especially in Bohol. Kasi sa Bohol, I've been touring around, talagang walang tubig kasi it's earth canal eh.
Opo.
Yes. And also with our maintenance, sino po yung nagme-maintain?
Yun nga po, as presented by Dr. Briones, yun pong maintenance ng mga secondary canals. That means yung mga main canal at saka and tertiary canals which we call lateral canals. Yan po ay itina-turn over na namin yung operation and maintenance sa ating mga Irrigators Association.
How much subsidy are you giving to the association? And ano po yung duration? Is it quarterly, monthly, every 45 days? Kasi yung sinasabi yung feedback from the grounds is parang yearly lang eh.
Yun po kasing subsidy na binibigyan namin. There are two parts. Operation subsidy at saka maintenance subsidy. So operation subsidy, we are providing 150 pesos per hectare per cropping season. So 300 pesos per annum per hectare. And then 1,750 per canal section. Yung pong canal section, when the canal is made of earth, mahirap pong linisin yon. So, one canal section is 3.5 kilometers. Pagka naman po concrete, dahil mas madaling i-maintain yun, 7 kilometers po yung isang canal section. We pay them 1,750 pesos per canal section, maximum of 6 times in 1 year.
So is it being followed, sir? If I may ask, yung totoo po.
Opo.
Is it followed?
It is stated, stipulated in the, as described by Dr. Briones, IMT contract. Nakasulat po yun doon.
O sana naman po that is strictly followed in the grounds po. Tapos yung isa natin, di ba, the maintenance is yung mga association natin, ng mga irrigators association. They're doing with the maintenance. Tapos
Yes.
they're also asking, parang, anong tawag niyan? Parang fees to maintain. Is that correct po?
Kasi po, yun pong binibigyan na subsidy ng NIA actually is not enough to cover an ideal O&M. That's why, yun po, nabanggit ni Dr. Briones nga kanina that the IAs, the Irrigators Associations, are collecting some fees to augment yung pong sinabi ko na 150 at saka 1,750. Actually, kung kukumputin po natin yung value nun on a per hectare basis, 400 to 450 pesos lang po yun, yung value ng operation and maintenance subsidy. So hindi po yun kasya. Ideally, the IA needs about 1,000 to 1,200 pesos to do ideal O&M. Kaya lang, ang natatanggap nga lang po ay yung subsidy from NIA. So, they are forced to collect from their members additional amount.
So as to the collection of the fees per IAs, wala po tayong regulation. So if I may say na sa isang IA po natin, sa association natin, merong computation sila na 1 hectare equals to 1 kaban. Ngayon, they are giving an monetary equivalent which is 1 hectare equivalent to 700. So, up to what ceiling po tayo na pwede na let's say na that is okay po yun na fee na kinokollect nila or it's too much?
Actually po, we leave it to the IA. Sila po ay independent, being SEC registered. So they are free to formulate their own policies. Siyempre, lahat naman po ng decisions na yan, whether how much, first question is, will they collect additional? And the next would be how much. Yung pong mga decisions na yan are left to the IA to decide. Sila po yung nagsasabi kung kaya ng kanilang mga membro na bayaran yun. Otherwise, they provide voluntary labor for maintenance.
Okay po, sir.
Yung iba
So that's
po.
well noted po, sir. So yung sa akin naman po, yung, di ba, there are still canals that are needed to be repaired, to be maintained. So I just would like you to know and to note that in Bohol, in one of my towns, I still need 50 million for that maintenance, for that rehabilitation of our canal. So sana naman po, we can work that out.
Opo.
Please po, do we have a budget? Para sigurado.
Hindi ko po masasabi kung I am not in a position to commit kung mabibigyan po ng budget yung area po ng Bohol.
So, you mean to say that we don't have any budget for that certain?
Well, hindi ko po hawak yung data. If there's a budget for 2020 allotted for Bohol Integrated Irrigation System.
So, does it not come along that every year meron po tayo for that, for per region, per
Sigurado
district?
naman po ako, Madam, meron. Pero I'm not sure of the amount.
So, titingnan ko, I'll go back to you po, sir. Anyway po, let me proceed po. As to the part naman po for the rice tariffication, yung kanina, the presentation is, yung figures na binibigay niyo po, it's maganda naman. But as to the side of the consumers, yung nagkaklamor kasi, yung mga magsasaka natin, the farmers, why is that? Because maybe some of them does not really understand what is going on. And most of our farmers, if I may, if totoo naman ito sa lahat ng mga probinsya, most of them are not even high school graduates. Elementary, high school, not even college. And that is very sad because our youth now are not getting courses, agricultural courses, di ba? Sayang na sayang po. So in regards with that, in reference to our rice fund, andito po kasi yung sinasabi nating farmer financial assistance. If I may ask, how is yung rice farmers access natin to credit? Do we have an improvement on the access of our farmers, easy access to credit po?
In addition muna bago po sagutin, kasi importante kay Congresswoman yung irrigation. Since we are modernizing agriculture, part of what we modernize together with NIA is irrigation also. So we're also implementing small-scale irrigation program. Hindi po ito mga malaking dam, these are water impounding, shallow tube well, fossil-driven, at yung pinaka-latest po natin is the solar power irrigation system. So what benefit the farmers will be having here? It can be done or completed with a shorter period of time. Ang iba po ay hindi po line in the earth, kundi pipe po. So yung sinasabi kanina ni Dr. Briones po na pwede natin lagyan ng metro, that will be applicable there. Yung slippage or yung pagtagas ng ano, yung mawawala. And what is important, the fertigation, pati yung fertilizer, mailalagay na doon para pag pinaagos mo yung tubig, yung broadcasting po ng fertilizer even. So,
so Yusek, baka pwede ako mag-apply dyan?
Actually, meron po tayong mga model para mapatunayan naman natin tama, hindi siya hit and miss. And we will see kung meron po kayong open source. Kailangan, ang vital po kasi ron, may source kayo ng tubig. At ang solar, yung problema nyo po dun sa pagbabayad ng crudo, gasolina, dahil solar siya, we have that natural energy, mawawala po ng konti yun at maintenance na lamang. So with respect to the credit, what is the status right now? More than ever, based on the report of Land Bank, DBP, and I believe some of the credit institution, they stated that farmers are bankable. Ano pong ibig sabihin? We have that plea and sure program. Merong short, merong long po, pero nakakapagbayad po sila. So, bankable po ang farmers natin. Yung sinasabi dating risk-averse po yung mga farmers na hindi mapagkakataon, hindi magbabayad, hindi po pala totoo yan. Number two, palagi pong nauubos yung pondo ron. So, ibig sabihin, farmers are availing it. Maybe that leads to the second question na accessible po ba siya? Kasi hindi naman po nila ma-avail yun nang hindi nagpapasa ng requirement. So I believe during the last na the President emphasized, kasi po nag-i-implement ay both Land Bank and DBP, should focus more being a farmer's bank. And because of that, ang Land Bank at DBP, ay the ease of doing business, ay pinadali po niya yung mga requirement without cutting corners or compromising their mandate also. So, magpapa-update po kami sa DBP and Land Bank, but as far as we're concerned, mukha pong i-distribute po niya mabuti.
Yes, Yusek. I have also a plea for our MAU in the municipal levels. With our insurance, crop insurance, kasi ang tingin ko, hindi lahat nagpapa-insured. So, ang sabi kasi ng mga MAU, matigas yung ulo. They will apply for the insurance once they see the money, di ba? Kasi we've been distributing the indemnity checks and the cash card. Tapos there are really towns na 5 lang or 1, 2 lang yung nabigyan. And then when I asked why, they said hindi nagpapa-insured. Oh, so most probably po, our response to that is yung sa MAU natin, can they do that purok system for that insurance, for the application of the insurance? Because there are MAUs na hindi talaga nagtatrabaho. So they are not reaching out to those of the lowest level. Kaya hindi na i-insured, walang nakuha. So napakaawa naman po, Yusek. So please kindly with the MAUs naman for strict implementation for our crop insurance.
Congresswoman, for the MAUs, of course, I should extend a lot of interagency courtesies to the other unit who's been handling them. They are the direct employees of the LGUs, but we are coordinating well with them dun po sa mga MAUs natin. Actually, it's so sad that one of the mitigating factor to actually manage risk is insurance, and yet they do not avail it. And this general insurance is for free coming from PCIC, yung Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. What initiative does the House right now and the Senate has been doing? We appreciate it, the index insurance. Kasi po, dati, kailangan total wreck sa sasakyan para makapag-avail ka. Sa tao naman, patay. A benefit that you do not want to avail, of course, if you could waive that. Dito po sa provision na to, mukha pong magkaroon lang ng damage. Halimbawa, nagka-El Nino, ang target po natin ay 100 kavans. Naging 80 lang po siya, you could actually avail it. So we will, you are right, Madam Chair, some of the problem or one of the problem will be, we are all doing something but they do not know what we are doing. So yung orientation po siguro.
Yes
Madam
po.
Chair.
And lastly po, can we have promotional ads to very lucrative promotional ads para naman po with the support of the government, yung the youth will be encouraged to take agricultural courses. If we can have McDonald's, Jollibee, very lucrative yung mga ads nila, why can't we do in the DA? Para naman po, every time there is an advertisement, there are ads on TV, they always see that, they will be encouraged to apply. So everything should be andyan eh. How lucrative is the scholarship, how lucrative is the job, because once it's there, the promotional ads are there, it will input in the minds of those who are seeing it, then they will try it. Sana naman po, kasi in Bohol lang po, the average age of our farmers, 50 years old. You cannot see 40 up to down to 20. It's 50. Nakakaawa po. So sana naman po, you'll do that on the television. Thank you, Yusek.
Madam Congresswoman, para po sa mga batang farmers, you have that Young Farmers Program. Ito po ay champion ng ATI, going down to the grassroots. Of course, we also call the attention of the state universities and colleges na nag-o-offer po ng kurso. Meron po silang vocational, meron po talagang degree courses. We have the Young Farmers Program going to abroad for internship, Israel at saka po sa Japan. And when they come back here, we encourage them to emulate and multiply themselves into so many. Ang maganda po ngayon, meron din pong provision yung RCEP. Yung RCEP po na kung saan part of it is scholarship din po siya. So, awareness din po siguro. Tama po kayo, Madam.
Okay, good afternoon. Ang question ko po ay kay Mr. Socrates. Hi, sir. My first question is, are you favor in importation of rice? Hindi po. Aha. Kasi alam ko, more on organic farming kayo. Right? You're into more organic. You're promoting organic farming. Like what you said, it is parang mas low cost ang organic farming, right? Kung this is a low cost ang farming ng organic, bakit po medyo mataas ang production, ang product ng
Law
organic?
of supply and demand. Law of supply. Because very small amount ang nasa market, so it's a niche market. So, if we really promote it as government, organic farming, we're not doing it so far. As even mandated by Organic Act of 2010. But if we do it, we expand and provide the incentives needed by the farmers to transition into organic farming, integrated, diversified farming, then more farmers will be producing organic rice at a lower cost, and consumers may eventually buy at lower price if more farmers are producing them.
Do you think that this is applicable in my district, in Nueva Ecija, that we go on to organic farming?
I think so. It will be applicable to the entire country. And perhaps that's even needed by the entire world to us to transform into
Pero,
organic agriculture given
as
the challenge
I
of
see it,
climate
parang
change.
ang farmers natin kulang pa sa education about organic farming.
Yes,
Now,
education.
Meron ba kayong measures or any agenda on how to educate the farmers into organic farming?
Well, this one video is one promotional video that it can be done.
Gaano na po kalayo ang naikot ninyo para
Well,
sa ating mga
that's why we
to educate the farmers in different provinces? Ilang probinsya na po ba ang naikot nyo, or you just concentrate sa Bohol, or
very limited. We are in 40 provinces, our confederation. That's as far as we can educate our own members, and very limited. That's 70,000 out of 11 million in the agri-fishery force, or in 2.5 million the rice farmers. So very limited, unless government comes in and then incentivize organic rice farmers, diversified farming, then only then we can reach out to as many and majority of our rice farmers. What incentives? Let me say, credit, for example. Our credit system so far of Land Bank is not attuned to organic farming. So it promotes conventional farming, fertilizers, chemical conventional fertilizers, not organic fertilizers and pest management system. Our irrigation system is only attuned, is geared towards monocrop rice farming, not diversified farming. If you want to do organic farming in an irrigated farms, very difficult because other systems are using chemical fertilizer. You want to put fish under the water, you cannot do that because they will just die from the pesticides grown by the neighboring farmers. So whole nation approach. We need the entire Department of Agriculture, NIA, Land Bank, to agree this is the way forward. Can we make Philippines an organic Philippines? Bhutan has made it already. Bhutan in 2030, full organic. Why can we not do that? Germany is going very strong. France, 70%. And if we want to also save ourselves from extinction and the climate change.
Alam mo, sir, I'm
reality.
always with you. I'm with you in your vocation para sa organic. My problem is the DA, the NIA, are you ready? Are you ready?
Ma'am, if I may, number one, understanding organic is a complex thing than simple. Number one, declaring organic has to be certified. Let us be careful. Maybe what we're doing right now is a start for organic, which is good agricultural practice. We always have that common joke that the first farmer is no other than God. Yung unang consumer ay si Adam and Eve. The first, what they call for the product that they actually manifested is the apple. And there are some maximum residue level dahil kanya contaminated sila. And should it been there is a pest risk analysis, that snake, yung snake na nando doon ay hindi po dapat nakakontaminate din sa kanila. Biruan pa po, kung sa China nang galing yan, hindi man sana sang kinain yung pong ahas. But going through, saan tayo papunta, ma'am? There is a national organic program passed by both House and Senate. It is a whole of the nation approach that 5% of land of every LGU should be actually compelled, i-dedicate po doon. When you compel, dapat may programa ka doon. And DA has so many programs, kaya lang nga po ay hindi po na-avail. Pangalawa po, yes, organic has a value kasi nga po, natural eh. Ang ibon, kumain po ng buto, nalaglag sa lupa, naturally, lalaki yan. Wala pong major, of course, grown by a natural way. But simply declaring that we are organic, let us also be careful kasi mataas nga po ang premium niya. Pangatlo, what is our policy? Is our policy productivity or is our policy health? Tama po ba yun? Kasi organic, mainly focus, siyempre may productivity din siya, pero health ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. But at the end of the day, it should be the practice. Kasi pag sinabi mong organic, parang halal, right from inception. Yung seeds na gagamitin mo, natural. Yung lalagay mo dun sa lupa, natural. So, maybe, tama si Soke, yung good agricultural practice or gahap mo nang gawin natin, then we gear towards organic. Meron po tayong programa dyan, ma'am.
Meron kayong programa, pero matagal pa po siguro, no? Dahil marami pa tayong problema sa...
Preferences po, ma'am. Alimbawa, ma'am, magugulat kayo, bakit maraming gusto ng 162, 222 na mga varieties? Ano ba siya? May mga SL8. Kasi yan ang gusto po kasi ng tao, di ba? Marami na rin naman may gusto sa organic, kaya lang alin na nasa tama si Sok, may needs po eh. Kailangan maturuan din po natin yung mga tao na mga gusto.
Opo. Ngayon po, my next question is, sa DA pa rin, ano po, katulad po nung tanong ko from our previous meeting from the ibang committee, meron na po ba tayong regulation para sa price ng ating mga bigas sa palengke?
Actually, ma'am, umiikot nga po yung ating bantay presyo. Kaya lang po pag nakita mo yung mga tagging hindi talaga masyado and traceability is very important. Wala pong sa dami ng in-import, wala kang makikita na nadedeklarang local to, variety ganito to, imported to. Yes,
kasi nga po, ang baba ng presyo ng palay natin. Ano po, katulad kami, nasa rice mill kami, ang bigas namin, dapat pag nilabas na palengke, nasa 30 pesos lang. 28 to 30 pesos lang. Pero bakit po napakataas pa rin ang presyo ng bigas? Ibig pong sabihin, yung farmers na nagbebenta ng murang palay, hindi niya maramdaman na bumibili siya ng murang bigas. No po. Sana po magkaroon tayo ng strict implementation tungkol sa pagre-regulate ng mga prices ng ating mga bigas sa palengke. Kung may parusahan, dapat maparusahan. Kung ano ang initial punishment na dapat nating ibigay, ibigay po natin. Kasi po, kawawa naman talaga yung magsasaka. And second po, dito po sa sinasabi natin sa 10 billion na competitiveness, may 1 billion allotted for the farmers in credit. Tama po. Through Land Bank and DBM. Ano po? DPB. Opo. Ngayon po, ang tanong ko is, gaano naman kabilis? Kasi pag binigay natin sa bangko to, ang daming papeles na hihingin. May mga collateral na hihingin. Ano po, kasi kung maaalala mo dati, ito na po yung pinagdidibatihan natin. Tungkol sa pag binigay mo sa bangko, yung bangko kahit land bank to, 1 hektarya na lang tong inuutang ko, ang dami mo pang hinihingi, nakapangalan sa'yo, titulo ng lupa, titulo ng sasakyan, na pwedeng mong gawing collateral. Sa gantong sistema po ba, tingin natin makakatulong tayo sa ating mga magsasaka kung ang dami-dami nating hihingin. Di po ba? Kasi magkano lang ang allotted ng land bank na pwede nilang ipautang sa isang magsasaka? Assuring na nagsasaka sila ng 1 hectare lang. Do you have any idea kung magkano amount ang pwedeng ibigay ng land bank sa isang magsasaka?
Right now, hindi ko po maibigay dun sa detalye na land bank.
But they've been 40,000.
Nagpapaloan po sila sa organization, nagpapaloan din po sa individual.
40,000. Meron na po ba tayong kwenta? Magkano naman ang production o costing ng isang magsasaka sa 1 hektarya? Is it enough? Yung 40,000, is it enough para ma-compensate niya lahat ng gastos niya dun sa 1 hektarya?
I think there's a basis for that kasi po, yung other component ay naibigay na like the seeds, at saka po yung mechanization side na, at saka yung free irrigation. So, there's a basis mukhang per hectare po compensated na po.
Per hectare po ito. Pero yung requirements po para makautang ang isang magsasaka, ano ang hinihingi natin?
pong mga collateral, ma'am, tinanggal na po ni Land Bank. Well, RSBSA may of course registered, which is we're reaching out. Marami na pong naging progression yon. Hindi lamang po nagdadagdag tayo. We also want to see those person and their farming activity, including their farm, para hindi na natin hingin yung kung ano-anong naka-geotag sila and so on and so forth, ma'am.
Tanong ko lang po, may data ba tayo? Kunwari po, ang DA, do you have a data kung sino yung magsasaka na merong sinasakang 1 hectare?
Ma'am, yung pong register system for basic sector for agriculture, ma'am.
Sana po gamitin natin ito para makatulong tayo sa magsasaka natin na pautangin sila ng bangko in the easiest way. Kasi unang-una, kung tayo ay may data at alam natin na ito ay litimo, o ano yung legitimate na magsasaka at kanya yung lupang ito, sana ikaw, DA, and the bank na lang ang mag-uusap na pwede mo nang pahiramin to kasi may data kami dito Kompleto kami dito. Para po yung magsasaka, hindi pa balik-balik sa bangko dahil kung ano-anong inihingi. Ano po? Kasi po maraming reklamo, natutuwa sana lahat ng magsasaka na may sinasakang 1 hectare kung sila ipauutangin. Ano po? Kaso nga lang, minsan yung ngiti, kapag nagpunta na sa bangko, paglabas, busangol na. Kasi ang dami ng hiningi, na which is hindi kayang ibigay ng isang magsasaka, dahil kaya nga po ng sinabi dito kanina, hindi naman nakapagtapos yung mga yan. Kaya kahit ano pong hingin natin, kahit na nga minsan Ilocano na paliwanag mo, minsan Tagalog na ang salita mo, minsan hindi pa rin po maintindihan. Kaya sana po, kung tayo ay tutulong sa isang magsasaka, tulungan na po natin sa abot ng ating makakaya. Huwag na nating pahirapin pa yung system para sa kanila. Ano nyo, kasi pag naturuan naman niya ng one time, sa susunod, alam na niya kung anong gagawin niya. Kailangan lang po talaga kasi magabayan. Yun lamang po ang aking mga gustong sanang sabihin. At syempre po ang ating irigasyon sana ay maayos. Ano po, kasi po kahit magbigay ng shallow tube well o kahit ano, kung wala namang paggagamitan, sayang lang din po yung ibinibili natin. Ano po? Kasi magbibigay ka ng shallow tube well. Ganun gagawin sa shallow tube well? Kung wala naman tubig na kukuhanan. Ano po? Nag-concentrate tayo sa ganung bagay, hindi tayo nag-concentrate na magkaroon ng magandang irigasyon. Ano po? Doon tayo sa maliit na bagay nag-concentrate, hindi doon sa malaking bagay. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon.
Who better to ask the last question from the members of Congress than the representative from the Magsasaka Party List, Congressman Argel.
Hey, thank you, Prof. Ringo. Good afternoon. I am from Magsasaka Party List, no? But it is our policy that we do not look at these issues in a myopic way. Alam niyo po, ang paniniwala ko, at ang lagi kong sinasabi, hindi diametrically opposed ang interest ng consumer sa farmer. Given the right support, the farmers can provide a cheaper agricultural products to our consumers. In fact, there's a study, 15% lang naman talaga ng value ang napupunta sa mga farmers. The rest, napupunta sa traders at sa iba pang mga namamagitan. Now, the good thing about numbers, you cannot argue with them. So, nakita naman natin yung numbers ngayon. Except for projections and assumptions, you cannot argue with numbers. And after the presentation, anyone who saw the presentation would have the impression that pagdating sa cost-benefit analysis, mas marami ang benefits kumpara sa cost, And I think, I disagree. Not with what was presented, but by what it lacks. Because I think it is also imperative for us to include the social cost of that lost income to the farmers. I think there is a model for us to use to quantify them. For example, yung sinasabi nila na hindi na nila mapapaaral yung mga anak nila, anong pambibili nila ng gamot. Usually, we dismiss those arguments as emotional arguments. But I disagree. Let us stop dismissing these arguments as emotional arguments, but let us start quantifying these concerns. And let us include that in our study. For example, after ng Tariffication law, let us see, nag-improve ba ang malnutrition rate among the farmers? Malnutrition, peace and order, sa reproductive, kahit domestic violence, literacy, yan yung effect na pwede nating ma-quantify para mabalanse natin ngayon ng mas kumpleto yung cost-benefit analysis ng batas na to. Talaga bang we will benefit more from this law based on numbers or not? Because I've always believed, that poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. And ito yung pinakamahihirap na sektor natin na mas lalo pang maghihirap. These are not emotional arguments. And I think we can find a way to quantify these concerns. And next time, let's present it so we can have a clearer, more complete picture so that we can assess, tama ba talaga yung batas na to? Ito ba yung talagang maganda base sa isinusubo sa atin? So that is not, I have no question. No? I only have a challenge that baka pwede nating i-pursue yun. So, yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Siguro, can I respond briefly to that? Actually, that's a very good suggestion in terms of the next phase of the study. Kasi nga, I think what is important are also the compensatory measures that are included in the law, as well as the other programs that are being implemented by the government. So maganda ho yung sinabi nyo na, for instance, impact on education. Kaya ho, kami din ho, marami pa kaming ibang mga pag-aaral na ginagawa dun sa iba pang mga social protection programs ng government. And if there could be some convergence or some improvements in the targeting para po, marami po kasi tayong mga programang ganyan na nire-recognize naman that there could be some negative impacts during the transition period, and so the government is actually putting in place a lot of programs. Concerned din ho namin yun na baka nga nagdodoble-doble and yet may gaps in certain areas. So definitely ho, we will take note of your suggestion, and siguro sa next presentation nitong topic na to, we will be able to provide. In fact, yun ho yung nakaano na sa ano ni Dr. Briones, to look at this different programs, yung kung saan gagamitin ba yung revenues that are being generated by this tariffication law. So, meron din ho kaming ginagawang evaluation on the 4Ps, may ginagawa din ho kaming evaluation on the K-12 SLP program po ng DSWD. So I think it's also necessary to look at all of these different programs together and see sino-sino ba talaga yung nagbe-benefit. If we want to help the farmers, ano ba yung benefits talaga na nakukuha ng certain groups?
Yes, thank you. Yun nga, wag natin itago. Not that I'm accusing anyone of concealment, no? Pero ilabas natin. Wala namang nakakahiya dun eh. Kasi ito yung lagi kong sinasabi, wag nating haluan ng politika itong problema na to. Dahil hindi naman ito kasalanan ng administrasyon na to. Kasalanan to, hindi lang din ng nakaraang administrasyon, kundi ng maraming mga nakaraang administrasyon pa na napabayaan nila yung agricultural sector natin. So, kung mailalabas natin yung data na yan at may babangga natin dito sa RCEP, tama ba? Meron bang nasasagot ba ng RCEP yung talagang pangangailangan ng farmers based on the data? So, kailangan talaga natin na malaman yon. Kailangan natin ilabas sa publiko. Engage natin yung public sa discourse para kapag nag-propose tayo ng batas, it's not hard to justify dahil meron niyang na-involve naman sila at inilabas natin itong mga data na to. Yun lang. Thank you. Thank you po.
We're on overtime. I don't know whether it's good or bad. But the good thing is I hope you will stay with us until the final awarding ceremony and the proper send-off for you. But we have two more. That's the final two. One from Sepo and one from si Ma'am. Pareho kayong lady eh. Nauna na yun, tumayo na. So, ikaw na pala susunod, ma'am. Nauna na si Macy sa Cepo.
Sorry po, Masasalatri po from the Senate Economic Planning Office. My question is for Yusek Kayanan. One of the critical documents under the implementing rules and regulations of the law is the rice industry roadmap, which was stipulated to be adopted by September 5 of this year. We know that this roadmap will serve as a guidepost for securing the future of our farmers and even the rice industry roadmap. So my question really is to, ano po ba yung update natin dito sa rice roadmap? Nasaan na po ba ito? Ano ba yung mechanism natin in crafting this roadmap? Thank you po.
The mechanism was it's a bottom-up approach. Nanggaling siya sa baba, inakyat natin pataas, nagkaroon tayo ng mga cluster discussion, then nagkaroon tayo ng national na pagtitipon. Now, it's in the hand of the Office of the Secretary. Of course, wala namang major na magbaba because it's a roadmap. Maybe the roadmap, make out nilang siyang recasting or reshaping because we have a new secretary. I-align lang ng konti pero walang major. The skeleton, tapos na naman po siya. Hindi na siya roadmap, roadblock na po yan.
Sige, ako naman po. Pwede na. Actually, hindi rin po question yung sa akin, but a few suggestions. I'm Jessica Cantos. I'm from Action for Economic Reforms. Taking advantage of what Congress can do. Yung ang malaking demand po ng farmers ay compensation for their loss. And while we do appreciate Congress's work, nung pong nag-hearing ang Committee on Agriculture on a joint resolution to convert the DSWD funds into, I don't know if that will really push through because of that statutory block that joint resolutions cannot amend existing laws. So, it's good that the staff of Senator Villar is here. Congress might want to consider talagang quickly, AER is pushing for a supplementary budget quickly. Tingnan kung magkano ang natitirang pera sa Treasury. 2019 naman, I think, ma-extend yung life ng 2019 GAAF for next year. So, sana pwede kagad ma-actionan to, and put in compensatory mechanisms through, I beg to disagree, I would want to put a conditional cash transfer rather than unconditional. At simple lang po ang kondisyon, farmers must organize themselves into cooperatives. Kasi sayang yung RCEP na magbibigay ng andaming farm machineries, hindi matitake advantage yung economies of scale if they do it on their own. Sana po individual, ma-organize sila into functioning cooperatives, huwag yung pseudo-cooperatives na sad to say, sila mismo yung 50%, more than 50% of those who imported are cooperatives. They have been playing the rice game. That is really sad. Yung sa Business Mirror na well-researched, ginigame nila yung importation. And there are financiers behind them. These cooperatives wouldn't have been able to import had there been a big-time financier behind them. So, sana po yung Philippine Competition Commission quickly act on these people who are gaming the importation. So, yun po, meron po akong pinasang draft bill kay Congressman Kabatbat, and we hope na the Committee on Appropriations, if someone can quickly file that supplemental budget, kasi maraming pera na unused pa. And, but again, ang sabi po ng ating President ng PIDS, crucial ang targeting. Huwag lang tayong basta magsabog ng pera dahil, of course, bleeding hearts, but the thing is, Bohol po, hindi masyadong bagsak ang presyo ng farm gate price sa Bohol. Kaya irrigation ang issue nila eh. So, let's try to look at really, surgical, sabi ni Yusek Kayanan, surgical dapat, yung kung saan bagsak ang presyo, doon tayo, at kung saan marami yung 2 hectares and below. There is data, Action for Economic Reforms has the data. We're willing to share the data and work with any congressional office that would wish to do access and work on the numbers. Ang second critical thing po na tingin kong dapat Congress should do is reform the National Food Authority. Because the RTL limited its role to just pure buffer stocking. Hanggang 15 to 30 days lang ba ang pwede? Pero ang maganda po talaga sanang intervention, not cash transfers, but really purchasing palay sa area where sila ay sinusuba ng mga traders. Dapat they should come in areas that sinasamantala sila ng mga rice traders. So those two reforms Congress can quickly do. Si Kong Juni Kua, he has had so many NFA reform bills in the past. Nakakaligtaan natin tong Sure, there are corruption issues. I mean, who hasn't? But you have to really look at stronger institutions. Hindi porke corrupt, let's say, ang NIA, huwag mo nang bibigyan ng pera for irrigation. Hindi porke corrupt ang NFA, hindi mo nabibigyan ng pera. I mean, let's have reforms in the institutions because all these important government functionalities should be properly funded. Sayang po yung compensatory mechanisms na ipuput natin in place if we do not do targeting and if we do not make ourselves money work. So, yun lang po, sorry.
Can I have a quick response dun sa, kasi gusto kong i-reinforce yung sinabi ni Sok na participatory value chains, and then I'll link it to Jessica's point about mga balasubas na trader. So why would farmers kakagat dun sa 7 pesos weight, di ba? Why not sila na maggiling at kainin na yung bigas or ibenta yung bigas where the price is still 38 or 40, di ba? But for that, they need to be organized into co-ops. It could be a new way for DA to be doing business, to be active in supporting, engaging farmers further down the value chain, not just confined sa magbenta ng palay where they could be exploited by the traders, but they could start na through cooperatives to be able to take advantage of the high price, apparently at the wholesale and retail level.
Sir, meron ka ba?
Last words again, we demand accountability, greater inclusion, and then more participation and full value chain support sa mga magsasaka natin. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. This is a long time, no? We're over time by 1 hour. No? If you watch a movie and you repeat it, diba, what does that mean? It's a very good movie. So this is a very good presentation. So thank you very much for our partner in the Knowledge Sharing Forum, PIDS, Ma'am Celia and her team. And to give that proper form, may I ask you the reactors to come in front for our awarding ceremony.